Crossfire Stars Invitational Online 2020. I'm Valdez, with me is G Clef, and we have a treat for all you Crossfire fans out there. We have 2 full weeks of games here, and it's going to be a great time. We're starting off with the America region first. We're going to have 4 teams over here to start us off in our double round robin. How are you doing today, G Clef?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to get into America's first 6 days of America, and then we have a little break of a weekend, and then we go back to EU MENA. That's going to be another 2 teams, just having 2 round robin, and then we go into the tournament format very soon. So it should be exciting. A week of America first, and then we take a break, and we go to EU MENA very soon. So this entire journey will be long, but if you stay tuned, you'll get to see the best, some of the best teams. You know who they are. I know you. We all do.
Yeah.
You guys do. So it's going to be a great one here.
Yeah, it should be pretty competitive as well. I'm really looking forward to it. Obviously, some of the best teams from around the world did make it here to this invitational, and a lot of familiar names that you guys will know and love. But will be interesting to see how those games do go. Of course, we are going to tell you guys, how this entire tournament is going to work out and all that fun stuff, as we are going to take a look at the overview here to start us off and to show you guys, what are we doing here exactly. We got 6 days in a row at the same time, same place, with these 4 teams on the bottom and those 5 maps. Any expectations, G-Clef?
Lovely. And, well, expectation, honestly, I'll just lay it down. Vincent Gaming VG, Black Dragons VD, I think they have the highest chance of getting that big prize. The total prize, of course, $30,000. That's a lot of money on the line. See 5 maps. Before we get to the actual grand finals, most of the matches are going to be best of 3, so we'll only get to see 2 or 3 maps in the match.
Yeah, and of course we are going to have pick bands and stuff like that for, which maps we are going to play and all that good stuff. First 4 days are going to be the double round robin. So with 4 teams, you get 6 matchups, and 3 of those will be starting today here for Phase 1, Match 1, 2, and 3. We're starting off with Vincent versus Black Dragons. So a massive match, actually, to start us off in this group.
The rematch of 2019 finalists. To begin with, that is going to be a big match. Back then, 2019 was a sort of a stomp. Not a stomp, but in a set score, it was a 3-0 for Vince VG. But within that time, there has been lots of roster changes, and match 2, match 3 should also be very exciting. So what a day we're going to have today.
Yeah, of course, Hay and Imperial will also be starting off there in match number 2. So our other 2 teams in the group will be coming up right after this one. But first off, we will introduce Vincent Gaming. Obviously, a lot of familiar faces here on the side of this team. Really looking forward to seeing what they can do here this time around.
Yeah, most of the players having a whole lot of experience, not just 1 or 2 years, up to 4 years actually having having that much experience in competitions like these. So they should be feeling good, but they did have a couple roster change, and they did lose BDZ, who's actually in Black Dragons now. So I do want to see how that affected them. Did they lose power, or did it actually change them to get better in terms of teamwork? So that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, always the dynamic, as you're mentioning, is very important. As we are taking a look now at Black Dragons, Diana, Adrian, Mazen, DZZ, and Goken. So DZZ, the one player you were mentioning there, as nice little lineup they've got. Will be interesting to see how they're looking this time around for this invitation.
Yeah, when they faced against each other, a lot of wins in a bigger stage for Vincent Gaming, but within Brazil, the Black Dragons were able to overcome that in a smaller regional qualifier. So they do have up and downs within themselves, but in this online tournament, it's sort of different. Of course, they're still playing from Brazil. So if you put that into equation, maybe Black Dragons are going to have an upper hand in this matchup.
Well, I'm really interested to see exactly who is going to get the upper hand here. We'll kind of set the stage for this America group as we're getting into the ban and pick of the maps here. So first ban there on Subbase, second one going to Ankara from Black Dragons. We'll get to see where we are going to start off here for what would be the first phase, first match, and first set. It will be Port to start us off. So there you have it, guys. That's going to be the setup for ban and pick for all of these best of threes, which, as G-Clef mentioned, will be the majority of the matches we have.
For starting off with Port, I think both teams love to play on Port. We'll see. And from the home side, which is on your screen, the left side, they do get to pick the side first. And then it's the away team. If we go to set 3, then we go back to the home team. So we'll see what happens in this one. Both teams are going to be having a rough time in defense, I think. Because they're both really, they love to charge in on this map.
Yeah, so maybe a lot of action to start us off with here, guys. But it looks like we're just about ready to hop into our first match of the day. And our first set, in fact, on Port. So Vincent Gaming, VG up against BD Black Dragons. Let's hop on to Port, see what these two teams have in store for us tonight. All right, here we go. Right on to Port. And let's see how it does go. Looks like Black Dragons will be on the attack here to start us off.
From the Blacklist side, let's see how much focus they actually put into B side. They first usually just check onto B and throw a smoke as a bait, and then suddenly just go to A to begin with oftentimes in the regional qualifiers. And Season 1 from Brazil. That's usually what they have done this year. But you never know what they did within the last couple of weeks. So far, just controlling the central passage, trying to look for those holes, trying to use the smoke to close vision, and then push them.
Oh, great open frag here from Muzal. Just gonna attack him there through the smoke. Pops up here. Gets a bit of damage down, so a good start here from VG.
A great start, but a bad one for Black Dragons as they wanted to open up some more information towards the bridge, but they cannot get any sort of control or information because they literally went down through the smoke. Don't exactly even know where the opponent is.
Oh, actually snuck through as they were checking up on top side. Now Fefe is in a little bit of a weird spot here, but looks to be okay.
Yeah, like this play from Black Dragons, they're actually using a lot of their time to make the Global Risk side think a little bit more. Which side are they actually coming? And they're focusing onto the B entrance. And does not make an opening.
Yeah, that's a double kill already from Mendez. Fefe gonna get another one, and now it's just DGZ alone is going to try to land some of those pistol shots, but doesn't end up getting much. Only one kill to the side of Black Dragons, and a good start here on the beginning of this map for VG.
Yeah, great read, I would say, from VG, as they still had to in total control from the B site and did not even move a single footstep away. Having a great read because Black Dragons, they used a lot of smoke to begin with to get some information in the first round to sort of read where they exactly are. It was a round spent, but a good round still for Black Dragons to get all that information.
Yeah, you can see that Black Dragons, as is pretty typical of their style, just, taking it easy, not really rushing it down just yet, hanging around central, but not really making any big moves just yet. And actually, Vincent trying to make a move here themselves and peek through on sideway.
Yeah, VG actually opened up the bridge for a couple of seconds to get some information from the loading dock side, and they heard nothing. They found that there's no one coming towards a long A site. So now switching their position defensively slightly towards that A, knowing that they're coming through the central passage.
Yeah, all 5 of them actually moving together. See, they want to come around the backside of the site. Gonna trade some kills here. Adrian gonna follow up, looking for another onto Mendez. Does open up and get that kill. Currently 3v2 here in favor of Black Dragons. Federico coming around the backside will get one more.
They do get the C4 back, and there he goes. Adrian going all the way back into the A set, but not in time. Fefe comes around the corner and grabs the final kill. So Yeah, great change of play. I thought the Black Dragons were solely going to push into the B side where it was actually open. But they turned around to the A site. Maybe having lack of information for the couple opening rounds. I think that played a big part in that return into the A site instead of B.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see this time around making some maneuvers towards A, but again, not really just going to open things up too aggressively to start off. Bit of damage there onto Viana, but still just waiting for this one. Looks like Goken is just looking long A, see what he can see. Doesn't see anyone poking their heads out just yet.
Yeah, I think Goken was just checking if someone's coming around the back, which doesn't usually happen too much in competitive, but just in case. Because VG certainly can have some pressure towards that A long. But again, Black Dragons pushing through the central passage after knowing that there's no one on top. Ooh, but they do cut one from the sideway.
Yeah, just peeks down, chops one out. You can see that Viana maybe just being a little bit of a distraction towards the middle, but it does look like the rest of the team are heavily leaning towards A. They're going to try to open it up, but immediately a couple of them go down. Knotson gets a couple of great defensive kills there.
Yeah, lovely read. They sort of have had an idea that's coming from A long. Still, the retake has to be done by VG.
Lukam tries to get in there, but not quite able to do it. Now it's all up to Mendez. 1v2. Viana, though, quite low. A little bit of damage onto Mendez.
Yeah, now this is hard. One on top of A and also A long. So clearing from A long side and then going up would be the better choice. And this slowly and then checks.
Actually didn't land any of those shots. He's going to try to peek this time around. Sprays gets one, but there's only 8 seconds left. Trying to get up there. You can see that he's hiding as he goes for the defuse.
No,
but yeah.
Not enough time left. Yeah, DGG knew that he didn't have exact time left, so he was just hiding behind the box to buy some time. So great play there.
Yeah, and that's actually going to be the first win on this map on their side. So good job by Black Dragons that time around. Just biding their time, waiting to see what they could do over on the A site. Now we see a bit of a lean here towards the B site going down the road.
Which I do like. Again, after going through A, even planting the bomb. If from the global risk side, you do think that it's going to be a lot more focus on the B side again, but ooh, they actually come out into the wear. Which is sort of rare when you actually have smoked that. When you smoke the entrance, the blue side doesn't really come out. That timing was actually really good.
Yeah, seems like he had pretty good tempo, just a good feel. Throw in to peek ahead and go for that one. See that the rest of Black Dragons now looking down center. Gonna throw out some frags, but slowly making their way through, peeking, see what they can see.
Yeah, just checking all angles, just in case there's someone from the side or behind the box, which usually doesn't happen when, especially when there's an opening like this.
Nicely done. Rizal finds one more member of BD trying to poke through and just sprays him down. Pretty difficult angle to try to open up there.
Especially with a sniper gun, it's hard to get through all the way.
Top a couple more. Here comes Lukam, gets one, trades his life, but it is heavily in favor now of VG. 3-on-1, and that's going to be the last one taken out as they do move ahead once again.
Yeah, Knotson already came all the way from the loading dock from the A long and got that kill from behind. Yeah, great defense as they're after the first couple of rounds, they actually, VG actually totally disregarding to defend towards the bridge site. Trusting on their defense, splitting 3 towards the B side and 2 towards the A. I think by now, Black Dragon should have a really good idea, and they can make they can make easier approach if they actually use that A long. But of course, A long sniper fights is a greater risk for the from the blacklist side.
I'm gonna throw out some frags, smoked up mid, so TGZ gonna move with this team through the sideways, see if they can try to open it up on the long side, but you can see Adrian very careful about this. Some flashes, though, now coming out. Notson in a little bit of trouble. Reads out to be the first one to go down, but a couple more. Oh, man, what a move there.
That backup is bridge. As long as you're still alive up there, your teammates are going to take care of the rest. You can be flashed. Well, if you're still alive, then it's not as bad as just going down immediately when the backup's already right next to you.
Yeah, that was a really good job just supporting from the rest of VG to get in there and make sure that they could clean up the guys that were coming in. So far, all of these maneuvers, we've seen a couple of different ones from Black Dragons. They've all been pretty much shut down. Even the one time that Black Dragons did win, it was pretty close. I mean, it did come down to the last couple of members. So VG looking good to start things off here.
Yeah, even though it didn't work for the Dragons just now, I do like the approach, just ignoring B, which they have focused for the rest of the game so far, and then going towards that A site, which I think they can try a couple more times with a better frag. I think it's going to help them a lot more after clearing the central. I think leaving at least one or two towards the central bridge and then going towards the A can be a safer strategy.
Rizal, you can see he's pretty aggressive in his positioning up here on the bridge and just doing a good job of scouting to see if, you know, anybody's going to poke their head out. Well, there's one, but he gets opened up on. As now Bedbe is going to be taken out too. This is a great entry from BD.
Oh, the final member cut from the A side already. So the final member left coming from the B has to come all the way around. This seems like a really hard retake, 3-on-1.
Mendez all alone. And you can see he's trying to poke out here, see what shots he can get. But as you mentioned, extremely difficult. And, well, just right there, he's going to get sniped through the smoke. So down he goes. And Black Dragons, just as I was mentioning that they were having a little bit of trouble, maybe they heard me and they were like, well, we got to get in there, we got to get some kills, and that they did. That was a great entry there on the bridge.
Yeah, so after that, I think VG is going to have either two towards the bridge or just leave the bridge open. That's been hurting them a lot in terms of strategy. Ooh, look at these position right here. They're actually opening up the B side, approaching outside, leaving A side open. Because Black Dragons, they never approached to rush that A site. Slowly taking it back towards the A top. Black Dragons, within the time, there were lots of opportunities, but they just could not hear anything.
This is a big rotation once again. Looks like they want to open up on long. That's a good start, DGZ. Good pickup for them. They're going to put in some frags. Fifth is all the way in the back here.
Yeah, one sniper is cut A top. Again, a cut from the side boxes on the way up top.
This is a really strong position now for Black Dragons. It's 5v3, and they have a lot of time left, so they could even reposition, look to try to outnumber on some of the, some of the angles that VG now have to hold, which can be very defensive.
It is a 5v3 now, which means that the global risk, they do have to split 1-2 or just have 3 on one side only. So Black Dragons using that information and using all the time that they have because they got 2 rounds so far, which they want a lot more surely. So going all the way back to the BL bridge, to the dock, and then going around the long. But will they find the initial shots? Well, VG, they're sitting on lots of bait points.
Rizal, I like this position from him. He's going to get a ton of damage down. Gets the one. Well, that's not quite enough. Still pretty healthy. Lucom also going to go down. Mendez all alone getting just blasted through the smoke. And the bomb is planted. So now he was in a 1v3 before. Now he's in a 1v4. And
even more
done.
Well, Mendez, he comes all the way back from the B side, so he's usually going to be the only one when there's an attack into the A side. But Lucam there actually had an advantage, striking into could have actually backstabbed into 1 or 2 members at least. But a somewhat unfortunate event there, as he was caught immediately headshot. Finally, Black Dragons using the A long again.
Yeah. You see Knotson up here with the sniper. He's just going to look down, make sure he gets into a little bit of a safer spot, but everything's being thrown up here in A. But no committal from the side of Black Dragons. They're not going to go for it just yet. Knotson also did miss that one snipe, so a bit unfortunate to not be able to pick someone off right from the get-go.
This is exactly where you get tested of how good of a sniper you are. Can you actually defend against a 5-man push by yourself up there? It is possible, but you have to bring at least 1 or 2 down before, because your backup's coming all the way from B, and this is one of the longer backup, you would say, out of the 5-map pool. And Black Dragons finally switching into B. It's been a while. It's been for the last 4 or 5 rounds, focus into the A side only. So I do like the switch. But they used a lot of their smokes already towards that A top. So going into B directly, unless they focus all 4 or 5 men, it might be actually really hard to get that chance to plant into B. Less than a minute now.
Yeah, everybody's just kind of hanging around towards the center here. C4 is going to be brought in, and they are making their move straight down the middle.
Fefe. Find the initial kill, and Uzawa gets one back, but 2-2 traded.
Yeah, still 3v2 here in favor
where do they go?
of the Blacklist. Here they go. Nice shot comes in from Knotson. Just gonna tag him down with the Colt here. It's a double kill for him, and Goken, the only one left, gets chopped down too. So they're able to stem the tide there and take another map for the side of VG.
VG finally connecting Knotson. Doing a lot better when he gets out from that A top himself alone. It was almost a 1v3, but using those corners from the bridge really well. Of course, snipers, 1, you have to be good at snipe. 2nd, pistols.
Yeah.
Sometimes pistols actually do more kills.
Yeah.
Especially you're up against the AK. I think pistol is actually a safe call. Of course, saying that you're already a great player with the pistol.
Yeah, it's you know, definitely a bit different. You have to be good with both of those guns rather than just the AK. And we were talking about B maneuvers before. It looks like they're setting up for another one now.
The overnades with the smokes to cover up, and then the fragger. Ooh, looking. Love that play.
Mendez gets one through the smoke. In a good position there up on the box. And Mazin takes a ton of damage. Doesn't go down. Pistol not quite able to make it work, but still in a good spot here are the Global Risk.
Yeah, Black Dragons, they should know by now that the central passage is already taken by the Global Risk side. This position, there is one. Yuzao only finding one. But still the time is ticking on less than 45 seconds left now. And it is considered a big map from A to B, but still you can't go directly into B.
DGG found one. Wasn't able to land that shot, though, as this map has been tipped over a bit. You can see they're making their move now into B site. As Mendez, found him there, gets the one quick kill, gets the 2, and Mendez comes up big on the defense.
Lovely drag. When you can drag like that with just peeking into your opponent, that's high-quality pro-level skill right there. Yeah, Mendez just being a great backup player and also securing that B side alone. Yeah, that's the trust you need in your team from VG. Leaving a bomb site for yourself.
Well, there's a reason why they leave him alone, and that is we saw one of the examples there. But we did switch sides, guys, as you probably did notice. And this time it will be Vincent on the attack.
So let's see how VG actually approaches on port. We've seen a lot of Black Dragons, a whole lot of Black Dragons just focusing onto the ace side to begin with, and they sort of lost tempo in control.
Yeah. This time a little bit different, just moving through tunnels together as a team. And it does look like VG are maneuvering a bit quicker compared to what Black Dragons were doing the last time around when they were on Blacklist. But no committals just yet.
Yeah, a lot of the teams just, for the first round, spent a lot of time just to gather information. But from the bridge, Goken.
That's really big. The fact that he's able to get 2 for himself. 1v5 essentially, and that is going to be a nice little defense there. 3 more kills will be gathered by Viana to enable them to pull that one off. So 6-4, not able to start off too well here for Vincent. And lots of frags once again being thrown here, but not committing just yet.
Yeah, VG only needing 4 more rounds for them. So checking, that was an aggressive defense from the Global Risk side, checking into that B entrance. But of course with a cover because they wanted to boost one of their members up here.
Yeah, obviously a very nice spot to defend this area. Difficult to peek around that corner and also check right above you. So looks like they want to make another move here down central towards the bridge. As, really nice peek there from Viana. That is great to get that winning kill. Looking for another, picks up the headshot. Doesn't get the 3rd, but hits 2. Another good start here for Black Dragons on Global Risk.
It's more than good enough. Black Dragons can't actually leave that B side alone with having Adrian there only, and then leave the rest towards the teammates towards the A side. But now they have information where Notson is. Ooh. The DGZ bringing down that sniper shot all the time.
Yeah, seems like they had a decent idea of where he could be, so just DGZ looking in the right place at the right time, able to lock that one down in the 3v1. So again, Global Risk gonna be a little bit easier. It does look like Black Dragons are getting a really nice start here. That's 2 really clean wins in a row after the side switch. So we'll see if they can keep it up.
I mean, the momentum does carry. You can slow it down, especially from the Blacklist side. But from the defense, but BDG getting that return from the central area, that's going to be big when you're trying to go in B right now. And the big question is, will Adrian be found when they're entering B site?
Yeah, they're just going to give up on that idea for now. It does look like Mendez has a decent spot there under the bridge. Just checking to see what he can see. He's going to have his teammates potentially join up with him, but not committing to that just yet. 4 on 5 now on the attack. Definitely going to be difficult to break into one of these sites.
Yeah, going into A, after losing a sniper, I think going into A is going to be a miserable fight for them. Bridge fight seems like the answer.
Running on in, but Ozzy had a great spot, able to pick off 1, and the double kill from Goken on the opposite side. Now it's 4 on 1. Lukam, he doesn't really have much health. 16 left, gets chopped down by Goken. And that is going to be another easy defense for Black Dragons, making this look pretty simple on the Global Risk side.
The Black Dragons actually... Oh, wait, hold up a second.
Okay, well, looks like there may be a little bit of an issue, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think there may have been just a short disconnection, and when this happens within the round, unless there has been damage done. If there has been damage done, we just do have a reconnect. If it happens when the round just starts, we just make the room again and go back into the game with the same round score that we had before. So
yeah.
And as soon as we get updates, we'll let you guys know what's going on right now. I think one of the members just disconnected. That's the reason why we just had the game match over.
Yeah, not a huge deal. I'm sure we'll get in there in just a moment. From what I can tell, it looks like everybody's getting back in the lobby really quickly, so shouldn't be too much of an issue. But yeah, just a small disconnect there, but we'll be right back in it in just a moment. And yeah, but that's a really good look from the side of Black Dragons on global risks so far.
Yeah, I think they were Black Dragons. They didn't have an easy time when they were on an offense from the Blacklist side. But right after the switch, I think they were about to have a momentum. This disconnect might actually affect them just a little. But they were doing okay. Like, their backups are all solid. It seems like VGD wanted to approach towards the B side oftentimes. And then they made a better choice of not actually going into that bait spot, which could have been disastrous. But still, for the fact that they were not able to gather that information, I think that it's going to hurt them overall when we have a longer game like this.
Yeah, for sure. You know, getting that information is good, getting it early, but haven't really able to see that so far. But yeah, it does look like the game is loading up, so don't worry, guys. We'll be back into that. And speaking of which, looks like we're ready to jump into that right now. So let's get back into the game and see what we can do, see what we can see. As of now, if you guys are just joining us, it is 6-6. But we started off with Vincent actually ahead after playing global risk side 6-3. And the last 3 rounds have been won by Black Dragons.
Yeah, so good defensive rounds by Black Dragons. Can VG actually find an opening? I think that's big. When they have to commit, I think they just have to commit and go in and see what happens. Sometimes that actually becomes the best strategy when you are lacking in information, not exactly knowing where the defensive spots are from the global risk side. I would like to see VG be a little bit more aggressive like they were always. They were always one of the more aggressive teams, but today, not as much for some reason.
Yeah, you know, maybe just, again, it's a double round robin, right? So maybe it's the first match of the entire tournament. Maybe just starting it off a little bit more passively, trying to scout out, see what strategies there are. It's always going to be very good to get that information, as we were talking about. As we're talking, by the way, guys, we are connecting into the game, so don't worry. We will be back in there in just a moment. But yeah, so far it's been good stuff.
I know you guys want to see the game as soon as possible. It's the same for us, but we are jumping into the game ASAP, and you don't have to see us as much.
Hopefully not too much. And yeah, it does look like we are ready to jump back into the game. So let's see what we can see.
Lovely.
Of course, we got to get that overlay up there. There it is. 6-6 is the current scenario, with 3 rounds that have been played after the sides swap. So
let's see what VG is gaming actually focus which site this time. So far, it has been central, focused on central side only. Not really aggressively going into the A top at all. Maybe they don't feel like they can win the sniper fight, which would be a big loss when they are approaching from Blacklist. That's already like 4 to 5 strategies down if you're not really feeling confident.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, DGZ obviously a really talented player, and he has been locking that down himself, as you do. And he really, you know, he's been pretty inactive, I'm saying. So definitely true. They're looking for potentially another bridge play. Wouldn't be the first time, but actually now a maneuver towards A long.
Finally, after smoking the bridge, locking the vision, so that whoever's defending from the A top side, that's DGZ, who might be surprised all of a sudden he's waiting right here.
Ooh, okay.
Nice opening.
That is a great entry frag. They see them down the way there. Goken probably taking a little bit of damage. Mazin trying to re-enter here, is trying to spray, but actually gets taken out. Ukam gets 2 more. He's picked up all 3 so far for the round. And they actually do make that play into A work.
Yes, I thought Mazin was going to be okay, keeping safe from the bridge side from global risk, but not anymore with that kill.
That's a good way to open it up.
Goken.
Viana and Goken here on the retake. Looking good, pops up, gets another as Goken takes them all out. That was a great retake here from Black Dragons.
Knotson goes down without a fight, just standing still right next to that C4. It seemed like VG had 98% of that game. And then the one retake, and the thing is that the Black Dragons, they were actually controlling that bridge this entire time. So from the Blacklist side, they couldn't really go outside A long and escape and buy that much time for the C4 to explode.
Viana here, you can see he was aggressively defending in the center, but actually took a grenade in the face. He's down 46 health. We're gonna spray through, get some damage down. And I don't think we even saw one retake from VG. Correct me if I'm wrong. When they were playing on Global Risk. And
I don't think it happened yet.
Yeah. Meanwhile, that was a very clean retake, as we did just see. Here comes VG, though. They are angry, and they're looking to get some aggressive plays down onto the B site. Here they come.
It's about time. And so far, not using smokes that much. And not bad timing, the backup from the bridge actually in the A site.
Ooh. Not going to shoot right away. Actually gets taken out on the entry by Knotson. And does spray down. And a good defense so far. But they do get onto the site and plant that bomb. So 2-on-2. Let's see how they do on the retake this time.
Doesn't look so bad. They do have some time, about 25 seconds. And the positions double up, down, which can be hard when there's only one, but it is 2v2.
Up the top there, Mazen tried to essentially make it a 2-on-1 scenario, but taken out pretty easily by the second member of VG who was looking down. So the first map taken here, or the first round, I suppose, on Blacklist for the side of VG. So that's got to feel good to try to turn the momentum.
And that started with an opening where Adrian did not shoot at the first target. Of course, when you're in a big base spot, you want the big fish. You want to go for that big 2-3 kills play. But when you're waiting, your opponent might find you turning around and insta-kill you.
Yeah.
So that was a big risk that he took, which didn't really turn out after boosting from the B site.
Yeah, he had the 200 IQ play, but he went for the 400 IQ, and sometimes, you know, the brain gets too big and, well, doesn't turn out too well from there. But it was a nice little try. And it's good to see that, you know, at VG, after mixing up the strategy and the entry, they do actually get some success from that. I think that's it's going to be good for their morale here to try to come back after losing a bunch of rounds in a row.
Yeah, now with that play from VG, it actually seals at least the top entrance bait play from the Black Dragons. So that's going to limit at least a few. And now it's running towards A top. Misses the first shot.
Yeah, the entry has been completed. DG down the stairs gets opened up on. That's 4 kills in a row. It's only Viana left over, and down he goes. So a clean sweep from VG. And speaking of morale, I don't think it gets much better than that.
I think BDG, you're not waiting for that normal spot from the sniper spot at A top, going towards the side. I think he was a little worried from all the flash and nades. Didn't even need to worry about that as much, as VG says, okay, it's quite open. We can just go in and kill the backups first, and then whoever's on top, we can just leave him to the rest. It's a great strategy. I like the speed there.
Yeah, certainly going to work better in that scenario when the enemy sniper is playing a little bit more passively.
And a push from the Black Dragons now into that B entrance. They're actually already out into that entrance side.
Yeah, definitely a nice little forward position. They're going to catch Yuzhao very unexpectedly for him. That's 3 kills already, make it 4. 3 in total now for Adrian in a row.
That's spicy. From the bridge, you expect the attack at the same timing. Adrian actually went in instead of just keeping his position.
Knotson's all alone here with the Alm. He's just probably just trying to get one at a time. I mean, it's 1v5, so...
Yeah, every single kill and also the headshot in terms of attack points, it does matter when it comes down to like a tiebreak situation. So grabbing at least one more kill is always helpful.
Yeah. It's going to be pretty difficult to get a tiebreaker match.
To get all the way down there.
Yeah, but it could happen. So as you're mentioning, obviously he is going to try his hardest to pick off as many as possible. Slowly making his way through. Sees one and well.
Just missed the initial shot.
Yep.
Against an AK, what do you do in that close combat? You just have to go down when you miss a shot.
Yeah. Try to pull out your pistol and hope the other guy misses. And he hoped, but it did not work out. Nice little try, but obviously very difficult for him to make that work. Notson, now he's got an AK. He's looking to get a little bit more aggressive down the center side. And yeah, I mean, the fast maneuvers definitely, I feel like, were what was working for VG. And I would like to see a little bit more of that. Maybe they'll try again on A long.
Yeah, now that's the reason why DGG sort of feeling that, leaving that A top alone. He's off to the boxes on the side. It's gonna buy some time. Look for that. Ooh, great flash timing.
Now looking to essentially re-enter quickly, but Lucom gets a couple on the entry. Adrian now trying to be the hero, but the bomb is down as they can essentially spam that corridor with a couple of grenades and smokes and stuff like that. Not too much time. They got to get in here.
They do have the bridge control with their own smokes, but the sprays come down and they're not going to last long. Final member Goken is still standing, but not for long. It's hard to go up A top. I mean, the retake is possible when you're fighting towards a bridge, but if there's one keeping position from the top when you're lacking in smokes and nades, sometimes your chances just go lower than like 10%.
Yeah, and they're on match point essentially here. VG looking to lock this one down, especially after losing those 3 rounds in a row. This has been a great comeback from them on the blacklist, of course. So let's see what they can do this time around, trying to spray through the center there.
Yeah, VG would love to close to set this map with a round win again. As they sort of got the momentum, I think, by breaking into the A site several times.
Getting aggressive with spray now through the smoke. Adrian gets the first one. It's a good amount of damage too. Notson probably took a little bit there as well. Actually, no. He's okay.
So with that initial loss, VG, do they approach into that B side? Or I think bridge control can be okay. They're thinking B right now.
Yeah, and
it has been a while since they broke into B, so I do like this choice. But it's a little slow.
For sure. They're taking their time with it. Goken does have this angle down.
So the backup, three-man defense already.
Oh boy. Well, that's a good snipe down, making 2, and Viana able to help out there. Everybody rotates over, and Ryu Zhao was alone. Gets taken out. And it's now 9-9. So we, in our first match, are going to be moving on to some extra rounds here on the first map. And man, that's really interesting. A very, very close matchup, and this is exactly what we were expecting from these two teams.
Yeah, 2 close games. Well, we thought from the CFS last year, didn't really have this many rounds to begin with. It sort of became like, we win 5 rounds in a row, and then you guys take about 2, 3, and then we take the rest. But today, it's been about back and forth between the 2 teams, between Black Dragons and VG. But first map, we already have extra rounds. Who do you think has an upper hand here?
Well, I mean, we were talking about momentum, right? I think the rounds that have been taken, obviously favoring VG, but overall, I do feel like Black Dragons are a little bit more on point so far, based on the cleanliness maybe of the rounds that they have been taken. But obviously, I think that the momentum is going to favor VG here. So We'll see what they can do. I would favor them to take this one.
Yes, I do agree on your statement. And Black Dragon, in terms of their global risk side, they are actually focusing on they're having a better read of the opponent when they're in defense, like switching from 2-1-2 into 2-3. When you think they are switching into the B side, already having the backup member slightly walking towards that B side for a better defense. So they didn't even need the backup member in that final round, but they're having a really good read against what VG is trying to do from the Blacklist side. I think if that continues, maybe it's going to be a win for Black Dragons in that case, if they continue to have that good read.
Yeah, for sure. And guys, we're just trying to get that lobby re-upped here and get everybody ready just to make sure that we're good for the extra rounds that we do have coming in. And yeah, looks like pretty much everybody is in there and ready to go, so shouldn't be too much longer.
I'm having a feeling we might actually go all the way to the golden round, you know. 3-3 again, and then one final round to decide the winner.
Yeah, I think that would be fitting, right, for the situation that we are in for this tournament. Looks like we're pretty much ready to go, as long as the players are ready. But
yeah, we switched all the side. I think all the players are ready. We do see all the members ready and loaded, locked up for the game. Should be getting in real soon.
Yeah, game is starting. So will be, of course, extra rounds, 3 and 3. And we'll see who gets the edge there, or if we do get into the golden round and really see who's going to. Yeah, I mean it's fitting. This is also map 1 of the best of 3, so we also do have potentially 2 more.
And usually in lots of esports and especially FPS, if the first map becomes like this, the winner of the first map just stomps in game, stomps into set 2, and then it just becomes a match.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how that does go down, but first we do have to get through the extra rounds, as we are just about ready to hop into that. So let's get back onto the map for more port and see who will take the advantage in this one. As we have started off Black Dragons here on the Blacklist.
Yeah, and VG from the global risk side in defense. Ooh. Great shot to start off. Throws one down from lower bridge. I'm pretty sure Rujal would be saying, I was just walking through. How did he get that headshot? Well, you got to be careful walking through that smoke all the time. Ooh, VG actually making the initial approach.
Oh.
They get caught.
Yeah, not sure about that one. Maybe they were trying to catch them looking down towards the bridge, right?
I would like that. I would compliment that play if they made that approach earlier on.
Well, speaking of approaches, coming in from behind us, Notson gets the 2 of them. Actually follows up the snipe with a bunch of shots from the Colt. Oh man.
I mean, he was right next to them, hearing all those footsteps. Comes down to final 1-1.
I love the split screen. Gonna throw whatever grenades that they do have left on the retake here. Mendez actually gonna get sniped down. Quick headshot. 1 shot, 1 kill from Adrian makes that look easy. And on the attack here, Black Dragons get the first round.
Yeah, it's not the same as the regular rounds. Each round does have a bigger weight to it. And winning from the Blacklist side gives them a whole lot of advantage now. Yeah, Black Dragon just taking it slow. This time not really focusing as much. And you can see that VG, they have opened up the central, the bridge side. Rizal just coming, he actually came down from the bridge after the smoke.
Yeah, probably don't want to step into that one. He's going to be a bit more cautious after the way that first round of the extra rounds did go. Trying not to peek too much. We do have smoke down here.
Just checking every single hole if it's possible to actually go towards that sideway and suddenly switch into A, or if anyone's coming out from the B entry. But so far, there has only been one aggressive push from VG when they're on global risk side. So I don't think that's going to happen at all. Yeah, switch is being made towards that central A side, towards that passage and sideway. And Fefe on that position should be having a pretty good read of what exactly Black Dragons are trying to do.
All right, here we go. Names out, gets this. The shot there was Adrian, gets a couple with a double headshot on the entry. You can see trying to come up here through the bridge and pick people off as they make their way into the A site, but the bomb is going to go down.
Still the Black Dragons controlling the entire site, and DZG brings one down again from the A long.
Oh.
Mendez, can he do it?
It was quite close. Mendez all alone. And that's going to be a couple more snipes from this side of DZG. And not only him, but also Goken. And man, if they're doing this well on Blacklist, Black Dragons really looking to take the cake here in the extra rounds.
Love that quick scope action. I mean, you expect your sniper to be up on top, not onto the side. So big, quick switch there. Finally, they're trying some A long.
Yeah, this is pretty aggressive. They're not wasting any time. They're getting smokes down, getting some position.
Trying to get that lucky headshot towards that A tie, but Notson actually on the side, on the big box where he cannot be caught with those wall shots. And Black Dragons, without a kill, they're not approaching into the side, as there can be lots of baits. Did not really find any of their member after using that many smokes and flash.
Yeah, some flashes coming up, but there's the smoke you can see over the top. So they're trying to make their entry into A.
This one down. Notson did not find any.
Jumping around, that's a really nice spray as well from Viana. Actually,
Mendez also down. Yeah, Mendez gets a call coming all the way around from the B side.
It's up to Lucom, but Mazen, he's got this covered, spots him. They can try to 2v1 and peek at the same time. You can see they do that. 69 health for now.
Yeah, that double angle.
Oh! Whoa! Wow, what a fantastic play. Lucom. And you could see that they were actually defending the bomb really well. Like, their teamwork was quite good in their timing to peek out at the same time. But the follow-up aggressive maneuver to move on in right away, I think, caught them off guard, and a couple of quick headshots is all that was needed.
Oh, so 2-1, but still, I'm pretty sure that Black Dragons were actually going to just take the first 3 rounds and then just have a swap like that. But yeah, that up and down angle at the same place is just near impossible to actually get it back. That's one of those amazing plays, what these pros can actually pull off. Wow, I'm just amazed.
Yeah. That was really good stuff. I mean, it's essentially saving them from being on match point and in a really dire situation on the switch. And again, just trying to get everybody back in the lobby, as we seem to have another little bit of an issue, but shouldn't be too long again.
Yeah, if it's a 3-0 like that in the first half of the extra rounds, the final round, you are... Even if you're a pro with like 10 years of experience, 40 years of experience,
40?
if you're down to the last round, you have to be nervous. Your heart's pumping. You can feel it. And if you miss one shot, especially if you're a sniper, you know what happens.
Well,
you know what happens.
Yeah. And yeah, looks like everybody's back into the lobby. So just looking to get everybody readied up and potentially solve any issues to, again, prevent any of this from happening is really the most important thing. And yeah, it seems like the momentum from the original rounds isn't really helping VG too much.
Yeah, not as much. And actually, Black Dragons, like their flow in from the Blacklist side was actually really good this time. going into A. I did like the defensive position where Knotson did not really try to control the A top as much. He was actually backed off to the side behind the box or all the way to the side to stairs so he doesn't get caught. But still, when there were approaches, he could not really get that initial kill by himself. Yeah, the bait spot didn't really work out. Yeah, Blacklist side, yeah, from the Black Dragons working out really well, but can they carry the same momentum in this after the switch? I think that's a big question.
Yeah, I'm just seeing what we can see in the lobby. See, you know, what we got going on, and yeah, shouldn't be too long again, guys. So pretty interesting stuff so far. Good matches.
I do like the flow. I think by now, Vincent Gaming, they do have the tempo of their original, which what I talked about was an aggressive team. They do like to control the flow within the match, but it seems like they're just getting it back. But I think it's the fact that their opponent is Black Dragon, one of the strongest opponents throughout history. Of course, in Brazil, outside Brazil, it has been these two teams just dominating over a lot of the tournament. I think the fact they're facing a very hard opponent to go up against first is sort of delaying them just a little bit from their actual 100% play.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, we're just loading up here. Looks like everybody's ready to go, so shouldn't be too much longer. And yeah, I'm really curious to see who's actually going to take this one. Looks like Black Dragons are trying to make a statement in the extra rounds and say, don't come at us. We got this. The first two ones that they did win were pretty clean. And then even though the third one they did lose in the extra rounds, they were still ahead, right? They had the bomb down. It was 2v1 and really just got taken aback by a really great play from the other side. So the game is all loaded up. We're ready to hop in and see what they can do this time around after swapping sides.
Now Black Dragons on GR Global Risk. Can VG, can they go through? And which side are they going to focus? The entry there has been read easily from Black Dragons. And I think they were trying to bait some of the members from Black Dragons passing through the bridge or the central area from the Global Risk, but did not get to find anyone from the smokes.
Yeah, now they have totally rotated over here to the sideway. Got one guy checking bridge, one on long.
Yeah, Viana controlling the center right behind the box, so having a good idea it's going to be either A or B. Now with that flash.
Doesn't quite get the jump shot. That's a couple by Viana, though, to keep their hopes alive. 3-on-3.
He was right behind the bridge, so he actually got control back, so not as bad, you would think. But Viana taking the long path, I think, yeah, from this. Yeah, Black Dragons, they want to take a lot of time. Try to have 1v1 fights. Yeah, 2 from A long and 1 from the bridge side. There's a flash.
Oh, and he's in. Adrian going to come up the ladder and gets the entry. A couple down now on the defuse, trying to spray through, but he is going to pull off the defuse. The Global Risk and the re-entry there from the Black Dragons will be good. That is just great teamwork to get on in there and get those kills.
Now Black Dragons on a match point. Their retake has been absolutely stunning here against VG, who seemed like they had a lot of the control, but it wasn't quite enough to get them round points.
Oh, it's going to be good.
Ooh, and he escapes.
Wow. Well, that's pretty clean. You can see he was playing pretty far up there. And just caught him off guard as they were just trying to, you know, get some smokes down, some frags.
Yeah, that's a public room strategy. When you have a really good spawn, you just run up there and get 1 kill and then escape back out, which doesn't always work. But with a great backup like this team, yeah, you can surely stay alive. Now VG, what are they going to do? It is match point. I mean, set point.
Well, looks like slow and steady for now. You got 3 members here under bridge trying to enter. Adrian, though, looking for a better angle.
VG trying to control the passage and just jump up to the bridge and maybe go directly into B site. But they do have the C4. They're making the switch now.
Adrian popped down. Was trying to get aggressive. It didn't quite work out. This is going to be the 3-on-3, but there's so many low members of VG now. Viana getting onto the site, tries to peek out, gets headshot. Now Mendes gets another one. As the grenade goes down, trying to just pistol him down, but that is not quite going to work out. Now Mazin all alone.
Can he pull this amazing 1v3 off? But the angles are being covered. Just bullets raining down on him.
Yeah, and they know exactly where he is. He's going to find Fefe. Looking for another, doesn't quite get it. So a good hold there. And now VG are 1 set away, or I suppose 1 round, from making this go to the global round in our first map. It doesn't get much closer than this.
I told you, I had the feeling. We might actually go there.
Yeah.
But that 1v3 was almost possible because 2 of the members from VG was actually super low in HP. As long as you survive, it's all about the first initial headshot. The first bullet, either you miss or hit.
DGZ, so far, he's got 0 kills in these extra rounds. He's looking to make it work, but entering, looking for the snipe, gets the 1, and that's the 2, and comes behind and picks up 3. And that is about as clean of a defense as you could hope for. Lots of other kills elsewhere on the map, though. Still 1-on-2.
Yeah, because of that clutch play, still wins, does outnumber. Sort of a funny situation where the global risk side is actually on the other side of the map. And Rizal alone by himself.
There's still a lot of time,
because they know that C4 is dropped near the A site. As long as global risk controls A long, they cannot lose, and they do have a snipe.
Yeah, it's going to be this slow walk up here from Rizal, but it's not looking too good. He's going to run up, pick up that C4. The angle's held, and there's the flick. Makes it look easy. DGZ will pick up that last kill. And they will pick up the Phase 1, Match 1, Set 1 win. Congratulations to Black Dragons, but it's not over yet. That is only the first set of the best of 3. And, man, was it close. Down to the wire. They're down to 1 round away from the global round in that matchup, G-Club.
Almost went to that golden round just from the first map court. I mean, in this matchup, certainly both teams did take a lot more rounds than usual, I would say, because when they had the momentum, especially from the Blacklist side, they actually got not just 1, they ended up getting like 2 rounds at a time. So we did see a lot of control from Blacklist side, but the thing that pretty disappointing from VG was that they were not able to get that many retakes. And on the other hand, Black Dragons, they were actually getting a couple, maybe more than a couple on retake when VG was attacking. So that does seem like a promising result when we go into the second map or the third map later on.
Yeah, for sure. I think that they were a little bit cleaner in this map, and I think that's part of the reason why they did win, obviously, in the end. VG, though, they did have some good entries, right? They were able to get that bomb down a lot, especially on Blacklist. So if they can just hold it down a little bit better and, you know, try to pick up some wins from there, that would be pretty nice. I like the way they attack, to be honest. I think they do look pretty good here on the Blacklist. And so absolutely not out of this one just yet.
And I love the play from Notson here from main top after the initial very first few rounds getting picked up by himself. Said, okay, I should actually wait for them to approach me and then try to bring down at least 1, buy some more time. As long as I stay alive, it's going to distract them from going directly in. So he made that swift really quick. It doesn't really come after a single death. Usually after dying couple of times, or maybe 3 times, says, okay, this isn't working out, I better change, but they came so much quicker for him. So I love that switch.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, of course, for the next map, we will be going on to Compound. And it does look like VG will be starting on Blacklist. So that will be our second map and the situation going into that one. And yeah, very, very close. So this first match is really, it's not disappointing, G-Clef. It's been really close so far.
And not at all. And yeah, you expected this kind of a mud fight, you would say.
Yeah.
And we had it all the way, not all the way into the end, but still this is a lot of rounds to begin with for the first map. Compound, though, I would say slightly more in favor for the Global Risk side. And so far, I think Black Dragons have been doing a better switch between A and B, and also known to be a better team on this map too. So I'm expecting them to actually get this down better. It is a best of 3, so for VG, they need to get it down, and it's going to be a hard map because Black Dragons, they do have the choice to go on Blacklist or the Global Risk first, because they're the away team this time. So depending on that result, yeah, VG might actually be having a very tough second half, depending on how the first half goes off.
Yeah, and pretty much everybody's in the lobby and ready up. Looks like we need one more player. And yeah, just really excited to get onto the map. We're going to have so much crossfire. By the way, guys, if you're just joining and you're like, hey, what's this? Well, very many days in a row. We got 4 days of the round robins of the group stage, essentially, for the America region. Then we got the semifinal day and then the final day. And then the same a couple of weeks later for the Europe and MENA region that will be going on there. So lots of crossfire coming in. And we will be going straight into our second map right now. We'll be Compound for Vincent Gaming up against the Black Dragons. Let's hop into this one once again. Alrighty, here we go. It's the CFS Invitational Online 2020, and we are into our second set. The second map here, which will be Compound, of course. Maneuvering in already. Pretty aggressively, RVG. Okay, that's going to be a pretty nice snipe there from
Good
DGG.
peek.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't peek out that far, but DGG just feeling the confidence. That was a little too much confidence there.
Yeah. It's good to have confidence, but you don't want to be overconfident.
Yeah, maybe he thought that there was no one else at central area and after the initial kill. But he did see the grenade, though.
Yeah, pretty interesting, and you know, it was interesting to see, especially in the extra rounds. I think that in the majority of Port, he didn't get too much action, and kind of fell behind. He was 0-2 in the extra rounds, but then he had that highlight play, and so he's got to be feeling it, right? He's really in the zone. Don't blame him for that at all.
If EG certainly focusing on to the B entry now from the pipe side. It's really hard to go all directly in it. But they do find both.
Yeah, we're going to have the Om picked up here by Lucom. He's only on 12 health, so he's going to be looking for that one shot, one kill. And there you go, Mazin, the last one to go down. That is just a good take of B overall.
Even after taking B side, Rujao already had the control over from the central side after the BDG going down towards the global risk base side. When you lose that control, when you lose that central passage, it's something else. First, you got to go through the base first, and then into the B data, and then it's even worse because they picked up another sniper. When you're coming into that big entry, you will be found, so you need the smokes. Double pillars again, trying to look for all the base spots. You got to check all the base spots. There are way too many.
DGZ is pretty insane with his peaks so far on Global Risk. Trying to maneuver here is Mendez. Gets into the corner. He's only got this pistol, though, and 50 health, so one man in a dream, I suppose. Looking to peek through. Gets the one. He's got the sniper, misses, though, as DGZ is going to win with the pistol.
Fefe went all the way towards the pipe entrance towards the A site. Was not able to back him up as he was all the way onto the other side of the map. Yeah, but even after this kind of play, VG, they were able to gain some information. Okay. Black Dragons are actually actively using the base spots, so we better be careful and make the central passage now.
That's the one thing you don't want to see.
The nade trade.
You're just running down central and you're like, oh, you know.
Yeah, they did take a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Lucam again is on 12 health.
Ooh, Mendez gets sniped instantly.
DGZ he's been pretty clean so far.
And he's active around the map as a sniper. That's the scary part. He doesn't just stay in one spot, which in Port you sort of have to, but on this map, on Compound, it does take long going back and forth.
Yu Zhao had a kind of a finicky angle there. Was a bit unexpected from the Black Dragons, but only trades the 1-for-1. And again, so much damage was taken when they were running up the middle. Goken gets the 1, gets the 2 with the Colt. Lucam, now he's the one man with one dream.
Yeah, he already lost too much HP from nades. He does have the C4, but Black Dragon staying together as a 3-man. Yeah, that's not going to be easy for Lucam.
Yeah, just going to get taken out there alone. And here they come once again. So their maneuvers in towards B and through Central especially have not been the cleanest. As aggressive now are the Black Dragons, moving up through the pillars. And that's a very aggressive angle. They push around and get shot down as Goken will trade 1-for-1, but at the end of the day, definitely going to be a nice little position here now for the side of VG.
And a long walk around the map towards the A site now. Do like the decision. It came quick enough, but they are lacking information from the A site, so approaching slowly.
Yeah, they do have the advantage. It's 4-on-2, so they can be a little bit quick to peek some corners, get aggressive, try to force 2v1s.
Yeah, BGZ, Mazin, there are 2 left, but still not really backing up each other. Mazin comes around the corner.
This is definitely possible, although it's not going to be easy. Some nice damage being taken down, but it gets flashed and then immediately just grenaded around the corner. So good job with the projectiles that time around by VG. They get onto A site and take them all down.
Which was sort of made by an aggressive push from Black Dragons, which they're trying again.
You never expected the second time.
Yeah, into the pipeline.
After it doesn't work once, although they're not as aggressive. That's double snipes by DGZ. He's got the angles this time around, and he's got allies.
Uh-oh. Again, Fefe, the only one left. Sort of as a backup player towards the central area. Gets one.
He's got to go all the way back around to the C4.
Yeah. So this time it worked for Black Dragon to go aggressive towards that pillar.
Yeah, it was a little bit of like, okay, well, they're not going to push as far, but they had an aggressive position anyway, and they let VG push into the area, and then they peaked at the exact right time and got a couple of snipes down and frags. So it seemed to be a little bit cleaner in terms of their aggressive play on Global Risk. Fefe alone gets spotted,
Ooh.
gets another kill. So now 1v3. Well, it's going to be shut down real quick.
AK versus Smoke.
Yeah.
You know who wins that trade? Well, it's not exactly a trade. A duel. And Black Dragons keeping it steady. The second time it worked for them with their approach, and they're trying it again. Just with the 2-man this time. VG not even trying to go into that double pillars. They're saying, we've had enough. Okay, do you do your thing? We're just going to travel around the other side of the map.
Yeah. And that's one thing that's nice when you're playing aggressive on Global Risk. But here we go, trying to come in, and that's 2 snipes now by DGZ. Make
Third.
it 3. How about a 4th?
All kill?
Can we see it here? Looks like the answer's going to be no. Viana's going to shut that one down. But still, I remember I was like, DGZ, you know, he's 0-2 in those extra rounds. Not sure about this this play so far. Now he's 11-3. He's shut me up real quick.
Certainly a superstar. Who used to be in VG, now on the other side.
Yeah, that's it's a great acquisition, you can say, by BD.
You've got to have some special feeling going against your old teammates. When you understand so much about them.
Whoa. See that from Lucom? He just runs in there, knows that one of those guys had to be pretty defensive behind the box, so essentially just charges him down. And now the rotation.
Now, B-side only being controlled by Adrian here on the side position. This is a good base spot when you're alone. But you got to wait a little, though. After the first entry, he peeks out. Immediately gets taken out right after. So not as much as he thought from that position was made.
Yeah. 1-for-1s. You'd like a little bit more than that at this point. But Viana, that's going to be a good entry. Gets Lucom pretty low as well.
It is extremely hard when you only have a single angle.
Okay, that's one way to do it. The snipe though is going to miss, but Viana aggressive onto the site, and now they know where he is as well. They can try to
They have
get
enough
the
time.
defuse down and defend. The defuse though, can he get it? No, he can't. That was so close.
Knotson almost panics. And that could have been a disastrous situation where the defuse comes through, even when you have a member left, but he kept calm and collected right at that moment. That was a close call. I think the defuse was almost down to less than a second left.
And yeah, I mean, that was insanely close. Gotta hand it to Black Dragons for nearly able to pull that off. I mean, they were behind on players. The position was all good there on the site, but they nearly pulled it off. But still, I mean, it's been pretty even overall. I like what VG have been able to do here on Blacklist and keep it close at least.
Gokin gets sniped right away. Was trying to make some entry. And again, VG goes directly into the A site. Not many kills as Black Dragons already have backed off from the actual entry site. Oh, the smokes come down through. No, VG actually few smokes and flash, and they go back towards the B pipe side, and Matson's gonna find the kill in the middle.
Yeah, Matson, he gets the one. He's looking for more. You can see they're aggressive and not quite able to win that one. Gets a bit of damage down, but Fefe will win in the end. And here come the 4 that straight on in, but Viana good on the defense. Getting back, trying to throw a flash. They've got the 2 angles, and they're actually going to be able to win that one. Good positioning on the defense from Black Dragons.
That delay right after the initial kill, even with an AK, not choosing to just spray down, where you can't really control the recoil as much. Backs up immediately with the flash and then going back out was the perfect defensive play right there. Black Dragon try.
Okay, well, it certainly helps when you've got a player that can do that.
Well, Black Dragon, they made the same double pillar approach. It's already a 4th time right now. So VG, they had one waiting all the way from the back, from the passage. Now A-side entry. It's basically open with DTC on the side.
Okay. Trades there. DTC still alive, though. Gets 2. I mean, he did his job. But now it's going to be up to Adrian and Goken to try to make this work. They don't have the bomb down just yet.
You do have a lot of time still. I think what they're concerned about is that they do have one in the base already. That can be concerning before when you have the C4 down. So after clearing the top spot, then you do want to have your spray down.
Adrian, you could see he was trying to peek around. They had one guy defending, but the firefight was won by Adrian.
Now down to 2-2, but Mendez goes around the back into the entrance.
Lucam, that's going to be good, but now one-on-one. The bomb is down here. Adrian is the guy who has to get in there and aggress.
So Adrian, he does have some time, but not as much now, less than 10.
Ooh, trying to get those pistol shots. And he's going to get the kill, and that will be the defuse. Just barely, it looks like. We had 0.8 seconds left available. Doesn't really get much closer than that, so we're going to be looking to change sides now. Once again, it's 6-3 in favor of Black Dragons after they start on Global Risk.
As VG had a couple of nice rounds to begin with. At the moment, at the beginning, it was actually down to 2-2. But the Black Dragons started to have a massive retake, like Notson having a wild explosion with that snipe couple of rounds.
Oh, man. Mendez is going to be kicking himself for that one. He had the lined up shot, but wasn't quite able to make it happen through the window.
Let's see how aggressive VG actually goes out from the B side. Black Dragons, they tried that at least a couple of times or more when they were from the Global Risk side. Turned out to be okay. But VG was actually the one caught attacking into that pillar room. And you see a massive focus from VG towards the A side, having 4 men. 2 towards the central plaza and 2 being really aggressive from the A entry.
It's going to be a very precise flash. Adrian, though, on the entry gets sniped out.
Vienna comes around from the central passage, but no.
Oh, man. Notson alone here. He's going to get the 1.
Ooh. A great drag on that headshot.
Ooh, you could see he knew where the 2 of them were, but not quite able to get those headshots down. And 1v3, if you can't do that, well, it's not going to work out too well.
Yeah,
so
it's
Black
hard.
Dragons, great start for them.
Yeah, 1 from the entry door, 1 on the side from the desk side, and 1 hiding right below you. So that 3v1, you can get all the shots if it's... And with that play, you can be called a god. But it doesn't come that easy. Again, having massive focus from Vincent Gaming. A whole lot of focus towards the A. 2 members going all the way up far into the stairs. But Black Dragons, they're checking all angles.
Okay, Adrian going to get that entry frag. Jumps past and gets the damage down. Being a bit of a soaker for his team, but the follow-up from Mendez was big. To be able to pick 1 more off on the entry. So now they're going to essentially rethink they're going into A. Nice aggressive maneuver there from VG down the middle.
They actually come out towards the central plaza. Escapes without a death, so that comes from 3 to 3. Brings one more down with VTG. Let's see where are they actually going to focus. You see VG, all three men just going around the A site towards the plaza. They're actually having a chase.
And because of that, they're actually going to get the bomb down. So that's a little bit unfortunate because
they're just letting it go. Just understanding that, okay, DGZ has a sniper. As long as they're not planting into A site, I think they're okay.
Okay, that helps. Nice spray from Wukong, though. Viana, the only one left available here. He's in the middle. He's got his AK. He's not looking the right way, though.
But he knows already.
Yeah, looking to turn. Doesn't quite land those shots. And from around the other side, Wukong comes. And that will actually be the retake there from VG. So nicely done.
Nicely done. And isn't this actually the first retake for VG in this entire match? First or second, I believe.
It does feel that way. And so it's definitely, you know, feeling pretty good. I think it's not so difficult to get in there. There's a lot of boxes and stuff that you can try to peek around.
Yeah, this might be a rush again from Black Dragons towards the center. They have one nade towards the A entrance, but just running into that B site now.
That was extremely aggressive, and Wukong just says, nope, that's not going to work. Picks off two of them, knocks in. Also going to help a DGZ, trying to fight back. Gets the one with the Colt, but now it's all up to Gokhan. And they know where he is. 2v1, easily able to both fire through and take him out.
I love that teamwork. If there's only one, you can just have that aim following one guy from the right, but right at the same time, you see a target from the left. And immediately your eye just chases trying to chase both targets at the same time. It messes up your aim. So great teamwork. Ooh, Mendez. That aggressive, super aggressive position towards the central plaza does not work out at all.
Yeah.
But because of that play, yeah, VG does get the position for the double pillars.
That does seem to be a little bit of a difference between these two top teams, is that Black Dragons, I think, are a little bit more controlled. VG can, you know, at the snap of your fingers, they're willing to just kind of throw caution to the wind, maybe send one guy or five, depending on what the side they're on. Wukong, once again, he tries to get a little bit aggressive and peek and gets shut down. So now 5v3 on the aggression here is Black Dragons.
As it seems like VG, it's not as bad as you think. Well, anymore. Oh, never mind. I thought VG actually had somewhat of vision control throughout the map, having one near A, one in central, one in double pillars, which is a lot of information. But now, 5v4.
Yeah.
And not anymore.
I mean, it was three players that went one after the other in the same spot, essentially, trying to peek through on the central plaza and just getting shut down. So nice maneuver here. There's 2-on-1 there in the center, so at least they're able to get the one, but still 4v2 overall.
VG, they at least clear the central plaza, so they have to solely focus on the B side, but there are too many.
Ooh, coming on in. Zhao trying to get that entry. Doesn't work. Fefe is alone. Tries to pick off Viana. Isn't able to land the shots onto the head. Here comes the team. As we did mention, very common to try to 2v1, 3v1 through the entry. Picks them off, and Black Dragons so far in a pretty good spot, even on Blacklist.
Yeah, finally getting a point in Blacklist for Black Dragon. We'll be finding a hard time when there's an approach like this in the double pillars. Oh, actually, VG backs out immediately after that nade. Good decision making there, as you saw. At least two nades plus the smoke that calls for 3 men.
Mendez not able to land it that time around. He's got a good angle with the frag grenade. But Black Dragons They're going to spray as much as possible. So far, the damage advantage going to VG.
And VG still opens up the center. Trying to control from the base side. And have one more. Gets a peek into the center. Brings down DGZ.
You can see the total rotation now over to B. Looks like Gokun will be the only one kind of hanging around the middle, but eventually comes through towards pillars. And there's still 2 members of VG over on the A site, so...
Yeah, they have to take time because C4 is all the way back here. Right next to the Doctor is a blacklist. That's the reason why they can't really go in. Even if they go in, they can take good positions, but they got to wait for that C4. And you never know if there's a VG player coming around.
That's 2 for 1 on the entry, rather. And 3 on 3 now on the site. Plant that C4.
We'll see the retake. Rizal is pretty quick. He's already through the doors.
Okay, that's going to be a nice spray. Gets the 1. Comes through. He's on the site.
So now the 2 members at the data.
Mazin gets 2. Wow. We were watching Diana. A couple of them are very low. So is Rizal. He's got to pull off a miracle. It does not work. And now Black Dragons are 1 away from taking the entire match. This has been good work from them on Blacklist. I mean, this is kind of proven some of the little advantages that they were having over the course of this match.
Yeah, that 2v3, it seemed like VG almost had it, covering both of the doors. But Monson with that double kill, just bringing the rain. I mean, when you can play it like that every single time from the B side, you can never retake. So retake has been really the key word for VG in this match. They did it once, but every other time they were not successful yet. Oh, this is double angle base spot.
Well, that's certainly going to help. A lot of them just peeking around, and Fefe was able to get 2 before going down. So they've got to win essentially 5 rounds. I suppose it would be 4. And we would go into extras, but either way, trying to come around here. BD making their way in towards A, slowly but surely.
Rizal just peeking out, gets a kill again. Will he find one more from the connector here?
TGZ, he's still alive with
Where is he?
1 health. Gets the kill though. I mean, that's really all you can hope for.
Yeah, that's exactly where you are, just peeking through from that small room from the center.
You could see some smokes going down there now. So
Gokun does have the C4, but he can't really go directly in by himself. Like BGZ is alive, but you know.
Yeah.
But he's having the sniper. He's one of the best players. He can literally just take one out at a time.
He's been their main fragger here on compound, so gotta hand it to him.
And this long entry into the B side. VG already having a pretty good read. Has Matson right at the data.
He literally does have 1 health, by the way, and that is going to be 1 health in a dream. Flash even comes down, but a double kill for Natsun. Makes it look easy, but it's not an easy road. They still need 2 more. I thought it was 3, but interesting. Maybe VG were able to win. Yeah, that is a mistake. Okay, it's down to 6 once again. Sorry about that, guys. But still, 3 more to win to try to tie this up.
Yeah, but for Black Dragons, it's a single round. And where do they actually open up? I think just controlling the passage has been the game for Black Dragons, even when they were on global risk. And so far, they want to have some fun towards the A entry this time. Finds no one baiting.
Bit more defensive on that site.
Yeah, because of VG's aggressive play, Black Dragons taking a slower approach.
Slow and steady, like the timing of the grenade. Doesn't end up doing too much.
Yeah, C4 still coming around. Now into the pipe entrance. Will at least take 4 or 5 more seconds.
And there's the smoke.
Yeah,
so.
love the smoke and the nade timing from VG.
Do they still want to commit is the question. Do they want to take the time to try to rotate? It doesn't look like it, but there's 4 members of VG around the A site. It's not going to be an easy entry here from BD.
Yeah, they want to get this attack, a final attack into the match point.
Okay, there's the 1 and 2, 3.
That entry annihilates VG down and it's calling it a match point, basically.
That's about as clean as it gets. I mean, you lost 1, but you can't blame them for that.
Having some fun right now at that 4v1 saying, you do whatever you want. Do whatever you want to do because we got this match under control.
Yeah, see if you can poke my head. I don't care. And, well, he's going to try to make it work. It's not going to be easy, but here he comes. Going to turn the corner. He gets the 1. And he knows Goken's up there,
Only
so...
10 seconds left, though.
Yeah, well, that's about it. So 10 rounds do go the way of BD. They will pick up the set and the match as the 2-0 in the entire match will go the way of Black Dragons. Congratulations to them. They will get the first win here in this round robin. And of course, if you are a fan of Crossfire, you should know that the Black Dragons are one of the big favorites here in the tournament. And they make a statement up against another very strong team by taking the 2-0, even though that first match was a bit closer than the second one.
Yeah, the first match, surely from Ports. Yeah, we went to the extra rounds. Black Dragons winning at the end, and I think it carried the momentum into Compound, and surely into Compound for using the entire visual map here under control, even from the Global Risk side. Black Dragons were the team that actually went a lot more aggressive, having a lot more control into the double pillars, which I liked a lot. Well, VG tried that at least a couple of times, didn't really work out too many times. Once they went all the way out and backed up, I think that really costed them a lot. Yeah, Vincent not really as aggressive as you thought.
Yeah, and you guys can see that Black Dragons did take the 2 wins. Of course, we did go into extra rounds in set number 1. And Black Dragons were able to get the slight victory there. And a little bit more one-sided when it did come to set 2. I believe 10-6 was the final score there. And so, yeah, once again, really making a statement. It's Black Dragons, big favorites in this side of the tournament, will take the 2-0. And I'm sure the other 2 teams here in the group will be looking on a little bit fearfully, saying, well, Black Dragons, they've come once again looking very strong into this tournament.
Yes, they're really strong, and I think they look stronger this time when having a new roster right now. And VG might be feeling a little bit too... Still early days. It might be different by the time we get to like day 4. But we'll see. That was a great match between the 2. And it seems like we do have the interview ready, right, Valdez?
Yeah, looks like we have the interview ready. So we're going to be hearing from one of the members from Black Dragons. As here we go. How are you doing, Mazin? I believe you should be able to hear me. How do you feel after taking the first win here in the tournament?
Mazinho, como vocês se sentiram ao ganhar essa partida?
Pô, muito feliz. A gente sabia que ia ser um jogo difícil, mas muito feliz de começar com o pé direito no campeonato.
We're very happy. We knew the game was going to be hard, but we are very happy that we could leave this match with a win.
That's great. Great to hear from you. And how do you think your games went to Port? They actually went to the extra round, and it maybe not everything you have prepared for that matchup worked out for you guys. How did you guys take the extra round when you went into Port there?
E sobre a partida em Porto, que foi pro Golden Round, né?
Sim.
Como é que vocês se sentiram? Como vocês se prepararam? Como vocês acham que vocês saíram nessa partida?
A gente se preparou muito e a gente é bem confiante nesse mapa, só que a gente já jogou muitas vezes esse mapa nessas semanas contra a Vinci, então os dois times conhecem muito. Mas a gente estava bem preparado, eu fiz um jogo ruim, por isso que acabou dificultando mais. Mas no geral a gente estava bem preparado e a gente estava bem confiante que ia ganhar.
I didn't play very well, but we are ready to play this map. It's one of our best maps, but lately we have been playing this match so much against Vincent Gaming that they are already used to our tactics. But I think overall we played very well.
Yeah, absolutely did look pretty good at the end, taking those rounds. But obviously, Vincent Gaming also a very strong team, but you guys were able to take them out 2-0. Do you feel like after taking that win, you'll be confident to make it into the semifinals?
Mazinho, a VG obviamente é um time muito bom, mas vocês conseguiram uma vitória por 2-0. Vocês acham que com uma performance dessas, vocês já estão garantidos na semifinal?
Eu acho que a gente é favorito, mas eu não gosto de classificar, porque querendo ou não, qualquer coisa pode acontecer, todos os times do campeonato têm um nível muito alto, então qualquer coisa pode acontecer, mas eu acho que foi importante começar ganhando, a gente tá mais perto, mas pé no chão por enquanto.
It was important to start the tournament winning. I believe we are the favorites to win this tournament, but we are also aware that all the teams are very good and anything can happen.
That's certainly correct. You do have three teams from Brazil, and of course one from NA. If you had to pick from the other three teams, of course Fiji is a strong team. But which team do you think is a dark horse for the tournament right now?
Mazinho, se tu pudesse escolher o melhor time entre os três, quem vocês escolheriam?
Eu acho que o time da Vinci.
I believe the Vincent Gaming's team is the best one out of the three.
Yeah, it definitely did seem that way, as it was a pretty close match. Well, unless you have other questions, G-Clef, I think that might be it for the interview.
Thank you for the interview, Mazin.
Yes, thank you so much, and really looking forward to seeing more of you guys play later on in the tournament.
For home?
I believe that will be...
Qual foi, Magalhães?
Yep, that's it for the interview. It was great to hear from Mazin directly of how he feels about VG and what actually happened and how confident they actually feel from having that many scrims. I think it's going to help them a lot going into the double round robin because this is not the only fight they're going to have against them.
Yeah, and probably not the only interview we're going to be having with the Black Dragons
I think so
either.
too.
So good to hear from Mazin, but yep, that's a big win for them. Guys, we're going to take a quick break before we do get into the next match, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We're here for the CFS Invitational Online 2020. It's me, Valdez, with G-Clef, and we just got through our first match. It was the Black Dragons taking a 2-0 victory pretty convincingly over the side of VG, Vincent Gaming, of course. And now we're going to be moving on to our second match of the night. It is going to be Hey up against Imperial. And what are you expecting from this one, G-Clef?
So I think Imperial still does have an upper hand in this matchup, but hey, they've been having a lot of their roster changes with their core members. So I think they're still very strong and a very good chance that they can take Imperial down. Imperial is a team where if they have chance, they usually just go with the flow and just dominate like 4 or 5 rounds each. But there were those moments in bigger stages like CFS 2019 where they were basically they crumbled down after having one good game against AG, and then they just kept on losing all the rounds. So these things do happen. They seem to be a team that goes through the momentum. So that's going to be important of how Hey is able to break them down into pieces like that.
Absolutely. And we're going to go ahead and introduce our players from the teams. So let's go ahead and see here on this side for Hey, it will be Michael, Kais, Fury, Logic, and Dunce. So feeling pretty good about this team. Of course, it is the one representative from America. Or at least North America. And
yes, they did pretty well in the West section. Of course, having first season top 5, I believe, and the second season top 3. Right below EU, lots of EU teams, which they are fighting in just 2 weeks. But still, they were able to improve with having lots of roster change. I believe Michael, Kais, and Yuri being the core member of the team. And with the newest addition of Logic, they've gotten a lot more power. So I think they still have a pretty good chance against Imperial.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the changes do affect their play. As over here, of course, for Imperial, we have Danimal, Will, GDC, G, and Action coming in here for their side. So, of course, the third team from Brazil that we are going to see today. So we'll get to, we'll get to kind of judge a lot of different things, how these two teams do, how they match up against the other two teams we've already seen today.
I think Imperial was always sort of in the shadow, right behind Black Dragon and BG all the time. Let's see if they can escape from that top 3 and break into that top 2. I think that will be a big take for them from the tournament. If they can go into top 2 or the first, within the group stage even. And taking down Hey for the Imperial because of that will be an absolute stepping stone for them, if it's possible.
Yeah, so we're going into ban and pick of the maps. Sub-base is banned, Ankara is banned. They're from Imperial, so same bans here actually from the first match that we did have. We'll see how the picks go. Maybe they'll just go the exact same way. No, we're actually going to be starting off with Black Widow this time. So we're going to go on to the first map that we haven't seen so far from the 3, and then go into Compound and Port if we do need it for set number 3.
Black Widow, one of the most popular, most known, a lot of not just players around the world just loving to play on that map, especially after sort of a remake. It's even better. I do like it a lot. Let's see how aggressive these teams are actually going to play. At first, we saw Black Dragons and also Vincent Gaming sort of being slow and gathering information for the couple of rounds. I think there are chances that these teams will actually do the opposite and just strike into one of the sites and see what happens. I think Hey might actually have a higher chance of trying that. They did try that against a lot of EU teams, and it actually worked in the first couple of rounds, and it might work against Imperial, who knows.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. I think that both of these teams have a bit of proving to do, right? This will be their first showing in this tournament, and that's really where you want to come out strong and say, hey, we're a team to be reckoned with. We're not just going to have those 2 other teams make it through. We are actually going to come out here really strong. So the map is starting, guys. We are going to be heading straight onto Black Widow for the second matchup of the night. Hey up against Imperial. Let's hop onto the map right now. All right, here we go. Not wasting any time this time around. Hey, starting off on Blacklist, Imperial on Global Risk. As that's a good start, straight through the smoke actions.
The Imperial coming all the way out to the B bridge. Loving that aggressive position into the central passage too. As they already have lost too many members. Dynamo comes around from the back, doesn't really expect your enemy to be all the way around the map already into the game. Michael does have C4, but he's all alone by himself near the base. Can he find any sort of kill before going down? That will be the big question. Picks out.
Well, the answer is no, but he did get a bit of damage done. But, of course, that's not going to win them the round. So, good start here on Global Risk for Imperial. And not really finding much work to get done in the beginning here.
Imperial going super aggressive from the B side last time. This time goes out towards the A long. One is staying at that base spot. And hey, actually focusing on to the B towards the storage. Right after the smoke, do they make an entry? They jump.
Ooh, nice entry frag there from Michael, but Danimal gonna snipe him down, but Danimal goes down himself. So now 4 on 3.
Silver Edge got shut down before they go into the bomb site.
It's caught with the grenade in his hand, essentially. And they're trying to lock it down. Gain entrance, and they are going to get that C4 down.
Actually, both of the members from Imperial coming around the side. Not going directly into doors. But surely outnumbered, gets caught immediately, one again. Trying what he can from the bridge, but it's going to be rough.
Oh, nice. Actually jumps, hits him in the face, but really not much time. He's got to get aggressive. It's either playing defensive on the site and not really going to make it work out. Yuri finds the other angle and picks it off. So 1-1 as on the Blacklist side, Hey able to get on to the B site and make it work.
Yeah, because Hey was able to open up the angles all the way through the doors, they couldn't really get into the site initially too easily, but still they were able to get all the vision. So great control there, delaying and making sure that the backup didn't come from the central doors. I mean, you can always look for those shots through the doors, but it's never 100% even for the pros.
You can see Yuri getting aggressive. He actually was getting shot, but still was able to get that kill onto MG. He's quite low, and down he will finally go, but immediately the trade kill comes out, and Hey looking good on the aggression here. There's only one left. Actions trying to spray through. Doesn't quite get anything done, though. So 4 on 1. Hey able to pick up another round.
I love how Hey is actually controlling the tempo, really being aggressive as they can be after taking the second round, going back and forth again into the A-long, which wasn't controlled at all from Imperial.
Ooh,
Now, Imperial, they do have the side road control, and the C4's dropped all the way back. They can make an entry here towards the B site.
See, Will is just, he's kind of doing circles, right? Popping out, spraying a little bit.
Ticons try to get that C4 get back to themselves, but no way. Says Imperial right there as they're all trapped in that storage room.
Michael comes through. That's going to be a good shot. Sprays the box, forces him out. Takes a bit of damage himself. He opened with a flash on the opposite side with the B doors. So he's able to get on site, but still not looking so great. They got to pick up that C4. Some members of Imperial still around. Danimal in the corner here. Peeks out, gets the one.
Yeah, great bait spot right there after hearing the jump. Comes immediately out.
Yuri goes down too. Michael all alone here. Just gets colted. Taken out there by MG. And now it is 2-2. So far, it's kind of looked like the team that ends up taking the round looks really strong. Like the rounds have been taken pretty convincingly from both sides. So perhaps another very even matchup on our hands.
Did like the poke towards the A side from Imperial in the previous round. Just cutting them down with the backup members, especially who was holding the C4. They did get lucky on that. And hey, sort of lost their control in the tempo because of that play. Now, hey, focusing from the alley side, up the stairs. But Imperial still do have a pretty good control from A short and one watching long.
Oh, actually zooms out right at the wrong time, but Action's still able to take out Michael. MG. He's got Logic nearby, is able to just pop him down with the pistol. T-Cons, though, able to trade it back. Action's quite low compared to the two members on the side of Hay, but still 2-3. They're on the site.
Even though bomb will be planted, not as bad 2-3 for Imperial. They got the control. It was with the snipe from the A long. And also 2 direct in. Entry's good.
Oh, double kill here. T-Cons finds the angle, gets a bit of damage down.
Needs to pistol this one in.
Trying to spray, but he's got some time. And the pistol will be good.
Nice.
Takes him down. GDSZ able to get this defuse as well. So nice little one-on-one. He's able to get on top of the box there and do a good job. T-Cons, I mean, he had already done so much by picking up the double kill. So bit unfortunate there for Hay, but good follow-up from Imperial.
Yeah, great retake. 2-3 was sort of dangerous when it came down to 1-1, but came down to one smart play there. It just jumped going on top of the box. Couldn't even see where the shots were coming down from. So again, Hay focusing on to the storage. They have been successful last time and the previous round. It was just so that the one of the C4 was actually lost from the center once. Other than that, they have been successful in the entry all the time. Again with the smoke. But just buying time.
I like this angle.
Yeah, but 2 of the members from Imperial actually all the way around the map from the blacklist spawn. And it's right next to C4.
Yeah, essentially locking that down. Looks like GDSZ did actually get the kill. Logic goes down too.
Almost. And GDSZ just peeking out, getting all those pistol with the snipe shots, but gets traded by Kai's there. Sort of being sandwiched.
Yeah.
Into a squeeze.
Ooh, and just gets popped out there, headshot. Will gonna take him down. MG gonna clean it up. And now Imperial will move ahead 4-2. As you guys can see that the members of Hay will have left. One of the members, it looks like, may have disconnected during that last game.
Yeah, just having a remake on the room as Imperial has been having a lot of good defensive round from that global risk side. I mean, they have been for the first 3, they did lose couple into the B, once into B side, once into A side, but it was a great tempo control by Hay, which could have been even worse if it happened a couple more times. But the pokes into the central from the central A passage, and then right after from A long. So using that much information, they could solely focus on the B storage. Okay, let's just leave the B side open and see what they do when they don't have a C4.
Yeah.
And after that moment, Hay sort of thought, okay, this isn't really working out the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
They kept on losing their backup member with the who's the one carrying that C4. So that has been the sort of a downfall for now for Hey. But I'm sure they can sort of change that momentum as solely it has been focused into B side except for one big A entry. Opening up in this case, well, when we're having this downtime, sort of a downtime, just changing their strategy into maybe opening up from the A long side or going directly from the central side. I think there are lots of changes can be made. Yeah, with that. And then they switch into momentum where there's rush in again. I think, Hey is still fine, but if they stay with that strategy where they just go into storage, get stuck right there at least once or twice more, then I think Imperial can just squeeze them to death.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I think that Imperial did react very good or very well to the strategies of Hey, so kind of what you were mentioning. And Danimal is actually really popping off. He's been the one player where I'm looking at, and it seems like I always watch one of the members of Hey in a firefight against him, and they just like get popped like this. And he's been really on point. He's been on fire so far. We've only had 6 rounds so far, but
yes, 42. I do like, and also not just Danimal, I do like GDSC's play where he just peeks out, gets 1 kill, and just goes back out. Says, "Okay, you can have all you want, but I'm finding the kill." You can have all the vision and V-side control, but I'm getting my KD. And getting that KD up is good for myself and also the team.
Obviously. He's been kind of the carry, the two of them over there actually on the side of Imperial. Whereas on the side of Hey, I think the one player that's really stood out to me has been Michael in my mind. I'm not sure how you feel. Obviously from behind, there's not as many players that stand out, but yeah, I think he's been the one player he's been kind of the first guy in, and I think his entries have been pretty clean so far, even though they're only able to take 2 rounds, but I like what he's been able to pull off.
Yep, just Michael and Hey, I think they can still be really aggressive.
So
getting the update.
Yeah. Looks like maybe we're going to redo that round because there was no damage.
Getting the update from the production of what happened in the previous round. So from the update, I believe that because player disconnected before a single damage was done, we will redo the previous round and start from 2 to 3. Was that right, Brandon?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, and that's in the rule book. So if there's no damage done and someone disconnects, that we just redo the round. Even though we did play it out 4v5, obviously that was a pretty big advantage to the side of Imperial. But
yeah, so we go back into round 6 instead of round 7, which still I think Imperial had a pretty good lead in terms of their offense, in terms of their defense from Global Risk. Hey, let's see what Hey pulls off this time, as they've been sort of been stuck for the last couple.
yeah,
they were trying to wait for that long Tetris piece at the end, all the way to the side, and that piece never really came out. And if you can't really get that at the end,
yeah,
you know what happens? The Russian dance comes through.
Yeah, you lose the game. That's usually what happens in response to that. So again, we let you guys know what the issue was and how we're going to go from there. Just waiting for all the players to ready up. So again, has been yeah, it looks like we're just explaining what's going on to some of the players, and then we'll get it started once again.
We've got to sort it out from the regulations, of course, making sure that all the teams, both of the players and the teams, understand they're on the same page, along with the production, and also for us. Let's see what they actually. Oh, I think this is the replay of.
The replay of the member getting disconnected before any damage was done. So that's really the key points here, guys. If even a single point of damage was done, then we would be in a little bit of a different spot. But because the member did disconnect while there was no damage done.
That's a rare sight of a replay with the disconnect. But production on next level, man.
Yeah.
They're making sure everything's being handled at the right page.
They're on the ball. They they know what they're doing, and it's pretty clearly laid out in the rules that that is the case. So even Imperial should understand that although they did win the round, they won the round 5v4. So it's not like you know, Imperial did a bunch of damage and then he disconnected, because obviously that would be unfair. So wanted to just explain that, and yeah, just waiting for the players to ready up from there. Looks like we shouldn't be all too much longer. But again, these days, they're going to be 3 best-of-3s. We're about halfway through, I suppose.
Halfway through, I think, once we get through the first map. But hey, taking 2 rounds, hey, that's not too bad for Black Widow. 2 rounds, 3 rounds in the first half. I think I would still say that's good enough. Just having like 3 to 6, or if you have 4, that's great. But 3 to 6 is actually not too bad from the Blacklist side. So hey, already grabbing that too. I think they're not as bad in control, but let's see how well they can do in sort of a second half in that first half from the Blacklist. Well, compared to the other teams, they're, as I mentioned before the match started, they are they're being super quick into the attack. Says, okay, let's see what happens, go into A, B once and collect that information and see. And I think they were trying to use that to their advantage. And starting from round 4, it didn't really work out how they how they planned as their strategy. Imperial just working the opposite, poking out when they should be actually defending. So it's a greater risk. And from the shot caller's mind, personally, I wouldn't do that because it gives a lot more pressure for the teammate. But I mean, if they have a different style, then just go ahead, and they made it work. That's Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of these maps are going to be global risk sided, but I do feel like the way that they are winning does, you know, we've only had 6 rounds, technically 5, I guess, because of the disconnect. A 5v4 obviously not exactly fair, but it has been pretty one-sided in those 5 rounds, I feel like, even though Hay was able to take a couple of them. And yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of what we were expecting. You know, I think it's up to Hay to prove to us that they're kind of on the same level. But, you know, still have to wait and see. We, again, haven't really seen too much.
And this is also a match for both of the team when they're going through a double round robin and they have to fight Black Dragons, either Black Dragons or Vincent Gaming. So this is a match where both of them literally have to take a win to start off so they can actually have a better spot to go through when we go into that tournament stage. So we'll see if Hay is able to win, or Imperial, who I think still has an advantage after watching about 5 rounds. Yeah. In terms of map control, even though Hay did start off with pretty good rounds into round 3, Imperial does have a better use around the map so far. So I would still put them up in an upper hand compared to Hay. But hey, you never know.
Yeah, you know, that's kind of what we've seen a lot of times, especially in FPS games where it's like, you know, you have a favorite who you would expect to win coming in, but sometimes the enemy team can like kind of take you off guard. Like notice a lot of the entries were pretty aggressive in the first couple of rounds from the side of Hay, and maybe that caught Imperial off guard, but they were able to adjust really fast and not take too many losses in the rounds after that. And I feel like that's the sign of a strong team, right? If you're able to adjust that quickly and take the wins.
And by the way, just we have some more time to talk about the maps and team strategy. Black Widow, I think it's about half and half for both teams. Did see a lot of their play, and the strategy in terms of their colors didn't really bump against each other. Like if one was red, one was blue. So they have different in style and strategy. But when we go to next map, Compound, they do have very similar strategy, especially from the Blacklist side. So they do have a great understanding, but still, if you're controlling the tempo in that on Compound, I think in which case I am talking about Hay in this case. Hay might actually have a greater chance of winning in map number 2. So Imperial right now, for them to stop them, and Black Widow, I think it's #1 key for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry about the wait, guys. It does look like the players are pretty much all ready to go. Shouldn't be too much longer. And I as you guys can tell, we're casting this from Korea, actually, you and I, G Clef, and it's pretty late over here, actually. It's about 5:30. Yeah, about 5:30 in the morning.
Is it already?
Yeah. We started this pretty late or early, depending on what side you're looking at it. But obviously, it's really just to set it up, the tournament, so that it's comfortable for the players. And that's really the only thing that's important. You know, we're willing to make that sacrifice, all of us over here, to make sure that the players are comfortable and they're in their, best shape for the games.
Of course, we're sort of at the other side of the planet, if you have to think about that. That's why the time zone's sort of weird in Korea. But for them, for the American players and the Brazilian players, they should be fine.
Yeah. And it does look like the game is actually starting, so it shouldn't be too much longer. Just got to wait about 30 seconds, and then we'll be jumping into this
from the update, I think they took some more time just to clear on everything, that everyone's on the same page before actually going into the game. I think now that both teams have agreed on everything and that we're good to go, and we're back on round 6, I believe, 2-3.
Yes.
In favor of Imperial so far.
Yeah, Imperial looking pretty strong, but we'll see if they can keep it up. Obviously, still a lot of room for either team to really break away. As, still just waiting to see who can take the big lead in this one and eventually take the first map. Good to see Black Widow. Again, we've seen 3 of the maps. I think probably the 3 maps that we'll see the majority of, especially after seeing both matches actually ban the 2 maps, Ankara.
Yeah, Ankara and Subbase, I believe, or the bans in both of the matches. I think it's going to happen a lot of times. A lot of teams not really liking Ankara as much because in terms of strategy, sometimes it's a lot more not complicated, but you just have to check for more bait spots, which can be complex. Or if I'm feeling lazy, just not checking one angle. If I have to check on 6 angles and if I check 5 and the enemy's on the last spot, then you're sort of in trouble,
Yeah, so that gets banned a lot. Was just sub-base, probably banned a bunch until we get best of 5s in the later stages of the tournament. But looks like the game is all loaded up, but actually not quite yet. So we're not there just yet. Got a little bit of a test, perhaps, but the game actually has not started yet. So apologize for that.
We have all the players ready.
Probably just gonna quick restart.
One's still shopping, but as soon as he's out, he should be ready.
And
the referee is just making sure everything's on the same page.
Yeah. It's frustrating, but obviously frustrating for the players. They just want to get in. They were in the zone, and then all of a sudden, like, a disconnect happens, and they're kind of, we gotta wait now. The momentum was there. We were feeling good, but
sometimes it helps the team. Sometimes it doesn't help the team. It depends on how you control, how you use that time. How you keep your mentality, what the coach says. Like, if the coach says, "Oh, you shouldn't have done that," then your team breaks apart.
Yeah, because a lot of the times it's like explaining issues and stuff like that, but just reloading the game, getting everybody in the lobby, that can actually give you time to settle down. If you're playing from behind, it's like, oh, well, I was having negative emotions, but now I can kind of like reset myself.
Yeah, back in my days, if I have some time to talk about that.
Back in the 1800s.
Hey. Before computers existed.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah, but, I'll talk about that later, okay?
I'm sure we may have time. But we are back in it, as we mentioned, guys, because the damage was taken. We are going back to redo round 6 with Imperial in the lead, 3-2. And slow and steady will be the name of the game here for Hay.
Yeah, still do have somewhat aggressive position from Imperial. They actually came out into the waterway, out from the storage from B site. I think they do have a pretty good understanding because they are opening up A long. And Kai is having that control from the A side. And against off to the other angle. Peeks.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you literally miss because of the other person's just crouching back and forth. That's one down. So now Hayes up to basically saying, okay, do we actually just push in right now with passage with about a minute left? Because we do have a long control. We sort of know where, yeah, the sniper is from A site. And again.
Ooh. MG making 3 action. Also getting in on the action. That is a clean sweep from Imperial. So we were talking about how breaks can benefit one team or the other. Looks like Imperial are, they haven't missed, they haven't missed a beat. They're right back in here in the lead. And they pick up a very clean win in round 6.
Yeah, they get the round back easily. Hey, it took a little too long time checking A long. Did not get the kill initially. Logic getting 1.
Okay, nice. Great entry, but Yuri's going to be taken down, and Logic is quite low. He's down to about 1 health, tries to pop up here, and Logic will actually get the kill here with the cold. As finally it's taken out the hero by the grenade.
The GDSC already right next to storage, finds one more with that headshot. And hey, 2 of their members, they left 1 in the storage, but the other 2 has been running towards A this time. I think they have heard the lock. Should know that one's from this room.
Yeah, GDSC gonna run all the way around.
It will take at least 3-4 more seconds towards into the A short.
MG comes down, actually picks up a really nice kill, and that's going to be a follow-up one from GDSZ, and they make the re-entry look quite simple, to be perfectly honest.
I think that was at the time where Hay was trying to make some positional change. And at that moment, the snipe AWM just comes through, snipes onto the right target. That retakes looked way too simple for Imperial there.
Yeah, we talked a lot about retakes in the last match, but also here it does look like Imperial have been quite strong on them so far. As Will picks up the first, that's a second wall shot. Oh, and make it a third. Well, actually not quite yet.
Yeah, that access is totally being controlled by Imperial again. The map use has been just brilliant how aggressive they can actually be from Global Rift side on Black Widow. And another kill was actually from the side road, one from Blue coming out from the storage.
MG, he has been just so clean.
5v1.
And make it another. It's not a double kill, but he gets the 2. And that's going to be 6-0 for him. He hasn't even died yet after we got back into the matches. So, clean stuff from them. Imperial looking to make a statement here in this matchup.
Yeah, this one final round before the swap. Imperial about to have that 7-2, which is considered really good from Global Risk. And even after being that aggressive, I think they're having the confidence that, okay, they can't really match our speed in terms of rotation.
Nice amount of damage done to 66, but he's able to peek out, and that's Danimal. We talked about a lot what he's able to do.
Yeah, this gives a lot more time for Imperial because it forces Hay to go all the way around the back, all the way towards the spawn, and then into A or B. Yeah, losing this passage is going to be painful using the time. So Hay trying to take it back, and they do get it back with low HP.
Logic looking for it. You can see he's looking under short. Finds one. He's actually getting pretty aggressive in here. He's alone. That's a fantastic peek, actually. Quick headshot. He's looking for GDSC, but there's so many. Gets the snipe, but can't quite follow up much there. You can't expect too much more. I think it was 1v4 in that scenario, or 1v5. Absolutely very clean.
Yeah, you gotta, when it comes down to 1v3, 1v4, and especially when you're having a snipe especially when you're a sniper, you gotta have some awesome through shots or some connecting pistol shots directly into a head. Unless that happens, oh
Yeah.
yeah, you know what happens. That was 7-2.
Yeah.
A very solid first half for Imperial, and I think they would be just. I think they can just rush this set out. They have the momentum, and 2-7 is a really great score in the first half. Hey, they would have to be careful when they're making those switches from A to B.
Yeah. So again, because of some of the issues earlier, just got to remake the lobby and go into that one.
Just
the game is
swap sides.
pretty much ready to go, and yeah, just loading it in. So we'll just be about 30 seconds. So don't worry about that, guys. We talked about how hopefully we wouldn't be on screen too much, but here we are again. So we'll be into this in just a moment. But yeah, I do agree. I mean, Imperial do look like the better team here so far in this match. And I'm curious to see about their strategies on Blacklist for Black Widow. Yeah.
Yep. Do exactly know Imperial. Let's see how they approach, because they do love to open up A long and then approach slowly. But because of the first half, the result of the first half, I think they can speed this one up a little more. And they have a lot of tries. They have at least 7 or more tries for them to open up at least one round. So just escape that first entry path on the A side and just go directly into passage. I think that can surely work. Let's see how aggressive Imperial is actually going to be in Blacklist this time.
Well, this is one way to do it.
Just go into Central.
Literally just run down the door.
Woo!
And they get the 1, they get the 2. Danimal is
love it.
here. He is hunting for animals, essentially. He's got his hunting rifle. Yuri, though, is going to be able to take down 2. So that aggressiveness can come back to bite them, as MG will pick up 1. It's only up to Yuri now. You can see he's trying to re-enter here towards the middle. Finds the 1, but can't quite pick up the kill. 8-2 now for Imperial.
Yeah, 2 more is a map for Imperial. Hey, they were sort of caught having their members going towards the right position in the first round. I mean, Imperial, they just literally ran through the doors. That's 1. 2 more to go for Imperial. Hey, they got a long way to go to close out the map for them.
Yep, right up short. I mean, they are just coming out here firing. You predicted correctly, G-Clef. And it's 2-on-2 now, so Action's able to get a triple kill after the initial engage didn't look so great for Imperial. Ooh, nice shot there, though.
And hey, they do have Logic coming all the way from the back from the Axis. And MG did take some damage, but Logic's smart enough to actually go back after damaging him a couple of times. And you guessed that C4 is all the way towards that A site. That's exactly why he stopped shooting towards the target and then just made the switch immediately. This 2-1 with low HP. It will be tough, even guys just understanding that from communication, having the pistol.
He was so close to landing that 1. But you could see that he was doing the right thing. They brought 2 members together. They correctly predicted that he was going all the way back around. And they were able to catch him in transition. So we'll see if Imperial try to, back off a little bit compared to some of their very aggressive entries in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, this map especially, because it's been played maybe a couple thousand, maybe even more than that for all of these players, they're going to have a good idea where the opponents are by what time. If they're missing for this many seconds, they must be here. They have all those sense of feeling. Double bait.
So just jumping through the windows. Actions gets caught out. Logic with the great defense with Michael gets shut down there, though. Danimal with the double kill. Decons comes in, gets 1 of his own. Now it's 1-on-2. You can see that Will is all alone.
But Yuri is trying to strike from the back. Does have C4 and some side control. You Ticon's trying to just grab attention from the other side, and it is Yuri coming around from the back and striking him.
Yeah, takes him out there. And again, it's, you know, it took them about 5-10 seconds longer to do it, but it was, again, another very just, you know, let's throw grenades and get in there. And speaking of which, they're doing it again. Yuri quite low. Going to be shut down that time around.
Yeah, it was also aggressive push from Hay this time, because Imperial, they are known to be a team. When they control A long, they do so well on this map. So from the opponent's side, Hay controls the A long even into the access road now, forcing them into B only. And it's going to be a lot easier to read. And Ticons finds a member all the way from the back, from the spawn.
Yeah, it's going to be good to even it up. But the rotation is quite good. You can see that both Logic and his teammate Michael hanging around B doors. Aggressive once again. Danimal doesn't get that first shot off though, so he's going to find some cover in the corner.
Well, with the C4 planted now, we're talking a different game for Imperial. They can literally just peek out from the storage and win the round. It's up to, again, Kai's coming from B long. Can he get at least a kill or more?
This guy
Oh, that timing!
Oh boy.
Didn't really work out.
It's 3 kills straight in a row. The 1 kill for Michael, but that's not enough. And now we are on set point here. Map point as Imperial with their aggressive engages. I mean, this is just... You called it, G-Clef. They were not going to hold anything back on Blacklist. And again, it's been quite effective, so can't really fault them for it.
They have how many more tries? Well, with this death might not be as quick, but still. Let's see, they can surely pull out a 5v4. But hey, of course, having an upper hand, even controlling the side road. Logic trying to bait.
Good shot comes in, he's gonna get the 1, but Logic gets 2.
But he drops from that window there and does go down. He was super low.
Yeah. They're looking for Michael here on long. Doesn't quite land anything. Danimal, speaking of being low, he's got 3 HP. And they're looking to rotate, but the C4, I believe, is on short. As Ticons will take down 1. Danimal will also go down. And Hay are going to be able to defend quite effectively on the backside of that. So now 9-5. Hay have to win 4 more in a row to force extra rounds.
Yes, Imperial, they have been super aggressive with tempo so far, but there are lots of tournaments and games where you're looking for that one final round, and you end up saying, okay, we can just push, but you keep on pushing and you keep on losing for some reason. And when it comes down to like 8-9, then you start to feel it, oh, can we not finish this game as we thought? And hey, we'll have to pull out amazing 4 in a row if they want to tie this game. And let's see where Imperial actually focuses. Again, controlling A long.
Hey, right up through short.
Oh,
They
man.
make that easy. And this could
Can
be
Kai's?
it.
Can he do it?
Kai is alone 1v2 with the pistol. That's not going to do it. Logic and Yuri now. I like Logic's positioning. But that's a nice little smoke. Logic still trying to find that angle. Sprays through the smoke, gets Danimal, and he's alive. Nearly finds Will. But Will is going to take him out, and that is going to do it. The first map is going to go the way of Imperial quite efficiently. 10-5 is going to be the final score on Black Widow.
Yeah, we knew that Imperial was going to be the favorite coming into the matchup, but not as this dominant in the first map. Black Widow, they've been super aggressive, even from Global Risk side. They continue to be this much aggressive in compound, which I don't think they can be. But with the momentum, I think it's given them a lot more opportunities and chances to actually try those in compound. And if Hay fails to defend, just like in map number 1, we might just have a quick 2-0 today.
Yeah, could definitely happen. I think that in the group stage especially, it's a bit more likely to have this, 2-0s come out. But we're taking a look at some of the highlights here. So we're going to see a lot of Danimal. But also MG had some pretty sweet snipes in this match.
Pretty good grab with the snipes there. As you mentioned, Valdez, Logic had some great moments too. Trying to bait from that A passage, A short into the entry side.
This was the one replay where I was like, man, this guy, he's got a pretty good handle on that weapon. MG, definitely a key piece of this squad. Danimal, another one getting a lot of shots actually on the feet there in that highlight, but whatever gets the job done.
And that's all she wrote. Imperial just getting all of those passage wins. There was some pretty cool tactic where Hay came all the way around the back, but sometimes that actually hurt them because they were using too much time. And understanding that, Imperial said, okay, we can just go in. We don't have to be caught by the member coming all the way from across the map. Yeah, that did hurt Hay just a little because they took a longer time. And Imperial had the opposite. They were thinking about the exact opposite. Okay, let's just not give them time and go straight in. They started off second round just going directly in through the double doors into the central area, and then see what you see in front of you is your enemy running away from you without a weapon.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Well, I think that's, pretty straightforward from that position. But, yeah, this is, by the way, hey, they're only playing one match today. They're one of the teams that are. They're going to have 2 more tomorrow, obviously up against Vincent Gaming and also Black Dragons, which are not going to be easy matchups either. So they would really love to start off strong and get this win, but now they're down a map in this match. So we'll see if they can try to pull off the reverse sweep essentially in the round or in the best of 3. But
Yep.
hasn't been as even as we were expecting, perhaps, after the beginning of that map.
Yeah, certainly not for Hay, but for Imperial, they do have back-to-back matches right after versing Hay. They are going to go against Vincent Gaming, which is, I think, a very important match if they want to place, if they want to break into that top 2 line. They have to defeat Vincent Gaming or Black Dragons at least once or more. So I think carrying this momentum of how dominant you can be in Crossfire, I think they have to get all the confidence level and then go against Vincent Gaming. That's what they're aiming for in this matchup.
Well, guys, it looks like we're into the next map pretty quickly. Compound will be that map as we go into map number 2 for Hay versus Imperial. All right, here we go. On to Compound. It's going to be the first map that we play for the second time. And honestly, I thought this was pretty fun to watch for the last matchup that we did have. Here comes Hay, pretty aggressive into the pillars.
Yep. But right before, Imperial already got their pretty good positions into pillar number 1 and 2. But they're backing up after hearing a few more nades being thrown out towards the center. And Hay making slow approaches because they're in this room 4 bait spots, next room 3 bait spots, and then into the B site. So it does take time.
You can see Actions doing a little bit of a dance there in the corner, just waiting to see if this rotation is coming in.
And the pre-shot did not work for the smoke, but Action That's 2 and more.
Make that 4. Lines him up and takes him down.
Had no idea where he was coming from. So
Yeah.
that's the reason why it is still dangerous, even after checking all those bait spots before the B site. When you're going in, you gotta check more.
That is very true. Otherwise, we can have that same result repeat itself, that's for sure. Yuri and Michael are going to line up a couple of headshots here down central. Now looking to take other angles. They find actions.
Imperial went super deep, thinking that they can just overtake all parts of the map. Didn't really work out this time, but still brings it down to 3-3 now. But do they have a good idea where action is? He's around the back corner.
Oh, they checked it. I think they must have seen it. Yuri is going to check, and that's going to be 1-for-1. So now 2-on-2. You could see that the rotation a little bit coming in here from GDSZ. Knows that they should be pushing onto that B site.
The animal's already on point. That's one trade, still down to 1-1. And Dekonzi is the one with that C4. So he's going to have enough time to plant. But will he have a good read where GDSC is coming from?
Let's see this entry. GDSZ, there's a lot of angles to take, as you were mentioning.
I think he saw him. I think Tikon saw him.
Yeah, should know now. Spots him. Not quite able to land it. And there you go. Tikon's still alive.
11 seconds.
4 HP.
Yeah, GDSC, he needs to go.
He needs to get the kill, but just dancing around the boxes. Can he find the C4?
Yes.
I think he
that's
got
just
this
enough,
one.
Yeah, just enough time.
Ooh, 0.2 seconds. It's about as close as it gets, G-Clef.
Yeah, did like the play where he was juking around trying to buy some more time. And then right around 5-6 seconds, you can tell GDSC he's just running in with a pistol saying, okay, it's now or never. I have to get this kill.
Yeah, and it was pretty clean. I really do like that maneuver to get in there at the exact right time. Grenades here in the middle, it looks like, did a nice amount of damage to some of the members of Hey. Yeah, take a look at those health bars. Not looking too healthy at this moment in time.
Yeah, Hey did get some control towards the center, but ended up taking too much damage. One of the member even going down from that play.
Well, he saw that gun. Looking to get a little bit more forward of an angle. Doesn't see much.
Yeah, a lot of these beginning rounds, Imperial, even though the last round didn't work out for them in their aggressive center push, they're starting off with a lot of advantage just by pushing through any of the map, any side of the map. So, hey, I think they can literally be slow and moving 4 or 5 men together into one site. Yeah, that push from the Animals was a little too aggressive after not checking the box.
Seems to be a bit of a pattern, right? Imperial win a couple rounds. They feel really confident. A couple members get pretty aggressive and get shot down. And then they maneuver back into control. GDSZ, nice lineup there. Trying to land those Colt shots. Doesn't quite get it. But now Yuri, the only one left available. There you go.
Yeah, Will just through the smokes. He had a pretty good idea where the opponent was coming from. And also in this case, as you mentioned, Imperial being super aggressive from Global Risk, you can sort of take it the other way and says, okay, we can, Hey, saying, okay, we will actually play like Global Risk from Blacklist side and gain our advantage.
Logic. Trying to get in there pretty quickly, but finds a couple of grenades that he did not want to be friends with.
Surely not unless you're having your own nades. So this time, Hey taking it a little bit slower, and actually Imperial not approaching as far as they did in the previous rounds.
Taking their time with this one. Notice the 2 members of Imperial coming in through the pillars. And just shuts him down. That's 3 kills in succession. Decon's, though, able to shut those two members down in the pillars. He took a lot of damage, but definitely a nice little statement from him.
Yeah, Decon's super low in HP, but still, he's been the only, I would say, active player from the team. No one else really popping up as much. Logic doing some kills, but still negative KD.
Headshot is clean.
Deacon finds another headshot with 4 HP left. Let's go down to the nade.
Oh, wow, really close there, but actually Yuri is able to make it happen. So, hey, able to pick up their first round win on the Blacklist side, and it was pretty close, and it came down to really Deacon's being quite clean. He took the two members out of pillars, and he was able to get that extra kill inside the site.
Ooh, that's spicy. Taking one coming down the stairs. You can't even react to those shots. With a nice pickup from Kai, he starts his kill on this map. Finally, hey, starting off with a 5v4. First situation with an advantage, but immediately with a trade from action.
All four members of Hay were hanging around the pillars, but now potentially rotating over. You can see nice little split from the side of Imperial, 2 and 2. Just holding down the sights for now, not trying to get any more aggressive.
Let's see what Hay can actually pull off and get sniped again. I think he was trying to open up into that B site.
Spamming at the doorway, Dynamo not going to. Well, as I say that, a little bit of an early caster curse there. He gets smacked in the face by Yuri.
Yeah, Dynamo had some fun in the, I believe, round 1 or round 2 defending from that spot. Yeah, this time gets spotted immediately from Hay. Yeah, taking some time, only 40 seconds left now. It's Imperial, they're having some rotation, but mostly focused on to B, because for Hay, for them to even go through that center plaza, it's going to take them at least 15 seconds or more. So time's ticking.
Yeah, they get onto the site. Michael is here. Looking for the angle. He gets the headshot.
With 13 HP. Can he find more? Yuri is right behind him.
Yeah, they're going to look to plant here. Down it goes. They're going to take a couple of angles, it looks like. 2 on 2, but the health advantage to Imperial. On the upper side, he finds Yuri.
Who's also low HP now with the initial shots.
Easy cleanup there. Michael all alone. 2 angles coming on in. That should be an easy cleanup from Imperial. Take them down, and they will take out this bomb. So 4-1 on the advantage now on the global risk side to the side of Imperial.
There are a lot slower approaches from Hay, which I do like, since Imperial is actually being way too aggressive from the global risk side. And again, Will right behind the box.
Oh. Kai is really helping out his teammate there. Able to trade one back, but GDSC gets the pistol kill. Coming in from pillars. This angle has been good, but Kai's has been better. Able to best action in the trade.
For at least few seconds, all of the members from both teams were actually around the center plaza area, nowhere around the bomb site. Because Imperial, they just had to come with the backup. And he finds a shot from that angle?
Sometimes these pro players make it look, they make it look really easy. As we all know, it's not quite that easy, except for these players. He's trying to get on in now. He's got C4, so he's kind of snuck his way through right down the middle.
Yeah, but he's got the and it will take time even to plant. It will be sort of dangerous for him as he's against an AK and a sniper. So he's got to land his sniper shot first and then connecting pistol right after against the two members.
Oh, he's not able to land it. Unfortunate for Kais, but trying to be the hero, you can only do so much. They're going to find the C4, and that's going to make it 5-1 now in the rounds. It was looking pretty, one-sided to the side of Imperial in the first match, but I feel like this one is even looking better for them.
Hey had a lot of chances, but a few of the retake from Imperial was done, and yeah, losing those duels, losing those peak duels, I think that gave a lot more chances for Imperial. And finally, hey, I think they're trying to approach into that A site after trying Central and B side at least 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, and they're not wasting too much time. Trying to just really get on in there.
Yeah, GDSC has a double pillars controlled, so Imperial, they sort of have an idea that he is coming from A side. Now they do see the smoke.
Michael, that's going to be good. Taking out Danimal already. And they come. Will is able to get the one. And 2 more onto the site, and he gets taken out.
3 members already from Hay into that bomb site.
I liked that angle from Actions. He's pretty aggressive with how he's playing this one, but up from the top, GDSC able to take out 1. Gets taken out himself. Now it's Kais up against Actions.
Both pretty low. Whoa!
Nice.
From the same window angle, just peeks through and sprays down for second kill for himself. As Hay sort of thought the other member is going to come from the side or the entrance. It was actually a double member tag team coming from the same spot.
Yeah, and sometimes that can work out pretty well, if you're both firing from the same window and you can try to isolate a 2v1. Didn't quite work out that way because it ended up as 2v2 and then 1v1, but...
Yeah, that's why one of the Hay member was actually looking around, just in case the other member comes around the side and you're not looking at that place. So another retake by Imperial. Like, how many has there been already? 3? I'm counting 3, but there may have been more.
Yeah, it's been, numbers for them so far. They've had the advantage in many numbers in this match. They're going to go down center here. Is Hay. See which angle they want to take or if they want to rotate back. They've got T-Cons in towards pillars. And MG clean once again with the AWM.
Oh, from the A side. I mean, you just peek out for a split second and you get sniped like that. And they do come into the base, near the base, but still you lost a member. And again from the entry from B side.
Michael is clean, but it ends up being GDSC to get the better of him. But here comes Hay into the site. Yuri is taken out. It's all up to T-Cons. He gets the 1.
But to take a long time, needs to retrieve that C4.
He's not wasting too much time with this one. Gets shot in the back.
Will came around already.
Yeah.
I remember he went through the central passage just about 5-6 seconds ago. Imperial's not gonna waste too much time for anyone today.
Yeah, gotta go fast.
At least not in this matchup.
We'll see if they can make the most one-sided round we've had yet, as they're already pretty sufficiently in the lead so far here. Logic, the only one to take damage so far, but he's been pretty consistently the guy in the front, so he's been taking the beatings so far for his team.
GDSC already threw the double pillars into the dock area. And none of the angles seems like it's possible for now from the center, but he might have a peek. There is one.
Yeah, and just like that, he's just trying to get back to his team. Logic, though, that's 2. He finds the good angle. They weren't expecting him that far up.
He sacrifices his teammate for double kill there.
A good trade. T-Cons, I was surprised he didn't see him the first time.
And Logic actually goes in again with a kill towards the A site. His teammates got that C4.
Yeah. It's up to him and Michael has been quite good for his team, even if they haven't been succeeding as a whole.
Yeah, because it's double sniper from Imperial now, GDSC coming all the way from the entrance. Yeah, this has to be the round where Hey takes the round because the first half is already over. They have to at least grab the final.
GDSC sees Michael. There's 13 seconds. You've got to get in there.
So with double sniper, it's going to be really tough to get this one down.
Ooh, yeah. Just trying his hardest. You know, hopefully he's distracted or something. But pretty obvious play. Hey, able to lock it down, and we are switching sides. But again, Imperial in a pretty nice lead so far. 7-2 as we swap.
7-2 again, just like the first map. Let's see how aggressive Imperial is going to push. So far, just central passage. They don't want to go into the double pillars just in case. Global Risk does have a pretty good spawn to take over that double pillar. Imperial looking to go down towards that baseline. MG again with that snipe.
Trying around the corner. Able to get a bunch here is Michael on the defense, but with this pistol, not able to finish the job.
Down to 2-2. They do have the C4. Plant is being made in the B site. And Yuri was around the entrance corner so far.
I like this positioning. He knows Imperial. And down goes MG as well. T-Con's able to get that nice angle, and so, hey, start off, actually, in a really nice position here, able to defuse that first C4.
Imperial, I think they must have thought they had some more time to position themselves around one around the entrance, one around the data center. But Yuri was already in a pretty good position to wrap them around. So, hey, starting up their second half. With a round win this time, let's see how far they can go. Imperial taking over double pillars, but Logic. This is an aggressive position out in the center.
Action's able to trade one back. And so far, no committal from Imperial. We saw the last time on Black Widow, they were just going straight in there, trying to be as aggressive as possible. They did that here on the first round of this map, but, well, after the swap, that is. But now they are certainly taking their time.
Yeah, both sides. If Imperial comes out this much in a 4v4 situation, then it's better for Hey, actually. In a 5v5, it's the opposite, but 4v4, we're talking in different numbers. And you can actually make them split from the Blacklist side. So actually going deep when Kai's is not at A side. He's actually going around the map right now.
I love that position from Michael. He knows there's coming in. He gets the one, but Action shuts him down.
Yeah, MG's trying to find them out in a weird place. That's a spot you don't really expect a sniper to be.
Yuri fires one off, reveals his position, gets shut down. Kai's the only one here trying to make it happen for his team. Picks up another sniper, gets the one, but now Actions, he sees him, and man, Actions is going to take him down just barely there with the pistol. 8-3 now, as Imperial have traded one back here on Blacklist.
Yeah, even though Imperial was able to take that round, that wasn't so bad for Hey either. And the fact that Kai's was able to do so much more action in that round seems promising. This is all out B attack from Imperial. Hey.
Just trying to run through.
Mode. Yuri spraying down for the triple kill.
Yeah, sometimes it's as easy as that. You can get caught out if you're going to be that aggressive.
And MG just says, okay, guys, take me with them.
Yeah.
I can't go alone.
Not much he could do. 1v5. So Hey able to take another map here. Or another round, I suppose. Is now getting aggressive once again into pillars.
And Will just slowly checking towards the A entrance. Doesn't really want to go expose himself too much. As that could have been a dangerous timing where Hey actually spent 2 of their men to go all the way on an adventure from the A side.
Yuri has been pretty good at holding angles.
Yes, this these angles, I love it and hate it at the same time. So you got to use at least the smoke or more. I would love to see some nades being thrown down here. There's one.
Yuri spraying. He can't quite land the shots. That's a double kill for GDSZ.
And understanding because Imperial, they do have the entrance cleared up, but because they don't have a control from the central passage, they actually go back. I love this choice.
Okay.
Wow.
Sometimes.
A bullet is enough.
Yeah, just the one. Action's really close. He's actually going to lose that one. The T-Cons gets shut down by Will, and now it's up to Logic. He's all alone 1v3.
And Imperial looking to close this round up for what can be a match point very soon for them.
I like that play from Logic. He's trying to come in from behind, but he's actually being wrapped around on a little bit, and he's not able to win that quick firefight with GDSZ, who does shut him down. So one more round to go until Imperial will take the entire match 2-0. We'll see if Hey can pull off the miracle comeback, but so far Imperial has been dominant.
Even into the B entry this time, just solely focusing on if Hey comes out at all from the central area. They had double snipes just in case someone peeks out. So good decision here by Logic to not even peek out, just look for the opposite angle this time. Because Imperial, they have experience on the other side where T-Cons now.
Here they come, actions. He gets the first one, and that flash is going to be big. Danimal takes out Logic and make it 3. This is not looking good for Hey Imperial. They've only got to take out Yuri, and that will be the match. There you go. The winning team will be Imperial in the clean 2-0 sweep of Hey. And they made it look easy, especially much easier than the first match that we had, which was quite close compared to this one. Imperial, another Brazilian team with some promise here, able to take the quick win.
Certainly a strong set of talents here from Brazil. Hey, not really showing their power as much. I thought they had a lot better chances to go up against Imperial, but they have, for Hey, they have stronger opponents to go through. So this might be a very tough double round robin for them, but they have to take maximum rounds every single time, and they do stand a chance. But in this matchup, Imperial is the winner, and they showed a lot of their dominant form and did like their play a lot. It almost seemed like they didn't want to reveal their actual strategies to us, as they have to play back-to-back match against a stronger opponent. So they literally just had, hey, let's go.
Yeah. Hey, let's go.
I think that's literally what they wanted to pull out from this matchup. Once everything started to work in their favor, then they said, okay, let's not reveal our position as much because we have one more to go through right after, and then just have a dominant fashion. And they did.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, they will be facing off against Vincent Gaming up next. And certainly, from what we've seen so far, at least in this tournament, it does look like they are a stronger opponent and should be actually a pretty fun match to finish off the day. And we'll see how they can do there, but will be interesting. Again, we do have interviews after all the matches, so we will get to talk to one of the players from the side of Imperial and get his thoughts on the match as well.
I mean, that was a pretty dominant. Yep. Can't be. You can be more dominant, but 10-3, 10-3, I believe was the score for both of us. 10-4.
Yeah.
Well, you can. And I think Imperial should already be thinking about the next match, and remind themselves what their positions were, what they should do when this kind of strategy comes out. But do want to ask them and how they felt about Hayes as an opponent, as it's an off team, not against the Brazilian team, one of the teams, the best team from the North America, and see how they actually felt during the match. I think that's one of the questions. But wondering who it's actually going to be. If you had to pick an MVP from the team, who would it actually be?
Well, you were talking about GDSZ. I think Danimals was also pretty good. But towards the end, I do think that GDSZ was a little bit more consistent. He definitely picked up a lot more kills towards the end. But it kind of did feel like a team effort at the end of the day. Like, there were many of the members that were doing a lot of stuff.
There were like a wave of firearms just going through and sweeping through everything that they see.
Actions had a lot of really great opening kills, like entry kills, especially when they were on the attack. Although, we didn't get to see full rounds, like full, of them on Blacklist. So you mentioned trying to, hide strategies and stuff like that. Certainly they did a pretty good job of that. So far in the two matches that they did play up against Hay. But yeah, it does look like we got our interview ready. So let's go ahead and talk to one of the members of Imperial and get his thoughts on the map. So congratulations. We will be talking with Danimal, of course. And yeah, pretty dominant performance there in the first match up against Hay. How are you feeling about your match win there and how dominant it was, and just overall your feelings about that first match?
Danimal, como vocês se sentem com essa performance dominante sobre o time da Rei?
A gente está bastante feliz, a gente se preparou muito para essa partida e o resultado veio como esperado.
We are very happy, we prepared a lot for this match and the result was expected.
Great. As we go through the double round robin, there are a lot more matches to be played. And of course, you will be looking towards that first place. So who would you say is the biggest opponent in your group right now?
Quem vocês diriam que é o maior oponente de vocês nos grupos agora?
Cara, eu acho que o time mais forte do campeonato, pelo menos favorito, é Black Dragons. Mas todos os oponentes são fortes. Apesar da gente ter tido uma vitória, de certa forma, tranquila contra a rapaziada da Ray, eles são um time bom e a gente se preparou muito para a partida. E eu acho que qualquer jogo vai ser difícil, cara, não importa o time que vier.
All teams are pretty good, but we believe Black Dragons is the strongest one. Although we had a very dominant performance against Team Hay, we know that they are a very good team and anything can happen in this tournament.
That's very true. And speaking of that match that you did have up against Hay, you guys were playing extremely aggressive, like your entries going into the bomb sites, especially on Blacklist, were very swift and forceful, got a lot of great entry kills. So is that kind of your strategy in general for this tournament? Are you going to look to be as aggressive as that going on to the rest of the matches in the tournament?
Danimal, nessa última partida vocês foram bastante agressivos, especialmente jogando de BL ali. Eles querem saber se essa é uma estratégia que vocês prepararam especificamente para esse campeonato ou se foi algo para essa partida mesmo.
A gente sentiu que a gente estava melhor nessa partida, a gente estava começando muito bem no lado defensivo, então a gente tentou manter o ritmo no lado ofensivo para poder não deixar os caras jogar.
We began very well in the defensive side and we felt comfortable, so we decided to just keep the aggressiveness.
Yeah, that was really quite a show what you had there against Hay, but your next matchup is actually against Vincent Gaming, a very strong opponent, again from Brazil. What do you think is going to happen in that matchup, and are you trying to have similar strategies that you had just now in the previous match?
Vocês vão jogar agora contra um oponente muito forte, a Vincent Gaming, né? E eles querem saber se vocês devem jogar da mesma maneira que jogaram contra a Rei ou se vocês prepararam algo especial para o time da Vincent.
O jogo contra a Vince a gente tem que jogar de uma forma diferente, até porque por ser time brasileiro, tanto eles quanto a Black Dragons, a gente se conhece muito os dois times, então basicamente um time vai tentar fazer antitático no outro. Então a gente não deve jogar da mesma forma, mas tudo vai depender de como a gente sentir a partida. Se achar que tem que jogar de maneira agressiva, vai jogar. Se tiver que jogar recuado também, a gente sabe jogar recuado. Mas promete ser um jogão.
We have to be careful and we need to play differently because all the Brazilian teams know each other very well and we need to play something different, but everything will depend on how we feel about the game when we are in the game.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So thank you so much once again, Danimal, for the interview and best of luck in the next matchup. Really rooting for you guys. So good to hear from Danimal, of course. I really love their style, actually, as a team, Imperial, and it'll be interesting to see how they do in the next matchup.
And I loved how he wanted to reveal a little bit more with the strategy, but he kept it safe because he's going against possibly a very tough opponent right after this.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to get to see some of those strategies, of course, in the next matchup. But first, guys, we are going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have Imperial up against Vincent Gaming. Don't go anywhere. the CFS Invitation online. And we did just get done with our second matchup. Imperial was able to take that one pretty handily away from Hay, and they're going to get to play again for the second time in a row. Imperial will be going up against Vincent Gaming, and it will be a bit of a tougher matchup. Two Brazilian teams going head-to-head.
Which we see from a lot of Brazilian matches, but in this case, Imperial is not as powerful as we heard from the interview, as they're concerned about a lot more about the Brazilian team. Those matchups are going to be tough, as we have sort of seen from match number 1 today, where we went to the extra rounds, almost went to the golden rounds. I don't think it's going to be as competitive, because Black Dragons and VG, Vincent Gaming, they're the top 2. Imperial, every single time when they were facing against one of them, each time they seem to just fall down towards the end. Like, they are aggressive, they have all the strategies somewhat working out, but after those moments, there was always like that 5-6% missing at the end for Imperial. So did they actually fill that 5-6% to go against these other two teams within the time that we had before the match? Let's see if they can make it possible from their second match of the day.
Yep, certainly a big question, because Vincent Gaming are a really strong team. I mean, obviously Black Dragons are the one team where everybody's like, okay, they're the favorite.
But they barely won.
Yeah, they barely won, especially in that first round, or the first set that we had. It went to the extra rounds, and Vincent Gaming just barely lost there. So obviously coming into this one, Imperial, they looked incredibly strong against Hay, but as you were mentioning, you know, are they moving on to a separate tier going up against Vincent Gaming? It does feel that way based on the way we were ranking the teams coming into the tournament and after watching the play. And so Imperial got a little bit of a warm-up. You know, they don't have to take any break or anything like that. And so they can go directly straight into the game, nice and warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah, 2 best of 3. You can get tired once you're focusing too much, but once you have an easier opponent first and then the tough opponent, I don't think Imperial is going to be too fatigued from the first match at all. And here comes the map bans. Is it just going to be the similar bans for Subbase and Ankara?
No, okay. We have the ban on Compound. I don't see the ban on Black Widow, but based on the sets, okay, there it is. We do have Ankara first, actually, and then Subbase. These are the 2 maps that we have not seen today. We're going to see both of them, one after the other, and then we'll have Fort for set 3 if we do need it.
Yeah, we started seeing these kind of weird bans, sort of, because it's to block them out from using the same strategy over and over again. This happens oftentimes in Brazil when they know each other so well. Just canceling, okay, I know you guys are pretty good on this map. We are too, but let's just block that one out and go with the fresher, newer strategies. What do you have in plan in store for us in a map that's not being played as much? I think that's the question. That's sort of the question that both teams actually asked against each other, and that's the reason why we have the Compound and the Black Widow ban.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about how the Brazilian teams know each other so well. So it comes down to like, okay, let's really try to change it up into something that they would not expect, and perhaps that is part of the reason that this does come in here. But guys, we are just about ready. The game is loading up. Vincent Gaming up against Imperial for our last match of the night. Going into map number 1, let's hop onto Ankara. And off we go, straight onto Ankara. Not wasting any time with this one. Vincent Gaming up against Imperial. Looks like VG will be starting off on Blacklist. And heading over towards the A site to start us off.
So far, VG is concentrating their members around the corners, the box area, just in case there are any more overnades And does take some damage, but not a major damage. Let's see how much they focus. It seems like they're going to go all in towards that A site. Now, how they can go through the stairs into that A-bomb site.
Here we go. They're going to try to open it up.
Oh, GDSC.
That's going to make it pretty easy for them. It's 3-on-2 now on the defense.
It's hard to take multiple down at the same time, but sort of easier to read when it's coming. You hear nothing but few smokes been thrown out. You know they're coming in.
Yeah. Fefe tries to hop through the smoke there, see if he can chop someone down, but it does not happen. Imperial pick up the first round win on Global Risk.
So far, VG picking some valuable information that their backup actually took a long time, so it has to be towards the B site or all the way far towards the armory entrance. Either that or Imperial, they went out to the central passage. And VG going through the air duct. Committing heavy, but not getting the damage done.
Yeah, and VG able to follow that one up. Rizal gets in there, gets a double kill. And now they have entered onto that A site. Retake here from him. We'll see what they can do. MG in the back. He's going to get surprised by a member that did hang back, but he picks off one and picks off another. That's the superstar performance you need to take out a team that is quite strong.
Yeah, MG was feeling quite confident in the previous match too with his snipes. Now we can get total control from the air duct into the A site. And not just him, action coming around from the doors. But MG peeks in just a little quicker. Now 2-1, down he goes from the stairs, and Imperial takes it back.
Yeah, they're able to get up there, take out that bomb, and they're going to win 2 in a row after that maneuver. So nicely done on the retake. Gotta hand it to them.
You gotta hand it to MG.
Yeah, that certainly.
which is an okay position for a sniper, but to bring 2 down instantly when there's a C4 already in plant. It's also VG who didn't really have to be that aggressive. They could have just stalled more time behind the box, but they thought, okay, it's a sniper around the back, we can easily take him down. But that was not the case.
Yeah, MG has been the one on player who has really impressed me. Obviously, there are a lot of great ones, but he's been the one that, you know, out of all of them has really made me turn my head and say, wow, he's been doing quite good.
Let's see if he can continue to pull out those amazing moments in clutch situations. So far, Imperial leading 2-0. This is already a big plus. Of course, yeah, from the Global Risk side, you do have an advantage still. So this time from Vincent Gaming, they're trying to open up the yard. MG again cuts one.
Yeah, speaking of which, here he is again. Really able to find that angle onto Lucom, but he's gonna hop on down. Now Fefe and Lucom, the only ones left available. Looks like they did go under. Picks off one.
They do have a C4, but one, yeah. Fefe's sort of alone here. He's still being surrounded. I mean, his teammate's coming around the back, but he needs to buy a lot of time.
Able to come around the corner there was Danimal. Pick him off. And now it's only up to Lucom.
Lucom wanted to come through the yard passage from his zone from the center. Understanding that his teammates got C4, but he's probably surrounded. Didn't really end up making that choice.
The timing there was good from Danimal. Pops down, but Lucom able to get the one, and now it's just one-on-one. MG quite low. Trying to take the long way around here. But C4 is picked up. There's 12 seconds.
Oh, that angle's quite dangerous. MG again. Good bait. Okay, he's got footsteps.
Oh. There you go. takes him out, and you can see that blacklist. VG able to pick up that one.
VG finally grabbing one there with some super play. Yeah, from Lucam. He's got 6 kills already. And other members doing mediocre in numbers.
Yeah, you said 6 kills, but I heard 6 kills.
That too. Basically by himself.
Or 6 skills, rather. So he's got it all so far.
They tried A once, at least twice, into the yard and B site. Now opening up with the smoke. Are they actually going to commit this much into A? If VG giving a lot of chances for Imperial to open up.
Ooh, coming around.
Will strikes from the side.
Yeah, Danimal follows up. Now it's 5-on-1. Actually, as GDSZ picks off another. And that's going to be the end of that round. Imperial coming out strong here. Kind of bringing their momentum from the last match that they had. And it's not looking too difficult for them up against VG.
Yeah, Imperial said they were going to change it up in their style. But maybe that was a lie or a bait for VG to take. Okay, the Imperial comes out all the way into the quarters.
I mean, they look like the blacklist, right? They're just running out of the enemy. Danimal gets 2. Mendez.
GDSC fails to grab both kills. Just gets 1.
Rizal against Danimal. There's still 2 minutes left in this round.
Yeah, these are the moments where you just start typing and it says knife. And of course you're gonna have your AK.
Of course. Gonna be hiding around the box. But
yeah, Rizal did not actually hear him, but does get the kill with that drag.
Nansen will be joining us right away. He is back in there, and of course VG did pick up the win there, so nice job by Rizal to follow up, and Lucam goes right on through, tries to get the 1, and then the rest of his teammates die afterwards. It's only Nansen and Fefe.
Yeah, that office entrance can be rough when you don't really have smoke or some valuable information from that armory entrance. Those wall shots, not just lining up for a kill, they will actually do a lot of damage at least. That's the reason why we have a lot of focus for AK only here.
Fefe just kind of ran in there, was trying to get the flank, but it looked like Will, based on what I saw on the minimap, he was waiting for him essentially. Made him look a little bit silly. Notsin perhaps faking a rotation. He's back though, gets flashed.
There's no one else coming from the center. You're only grabbing some information, but the Animals, I think he wants to get a taste. He wants to have a bite. Or not yet. I think Will can actually go a little bit aggressive and come around. Can take over the central passage.
Yeah, they seem to have a pretty good idea. He's around here. Comes through the smoke, gets the 1. He's still relatively healthy. 73 HP left. He might run straight into Will, though.
And that base spot will work out perfectly for Will. He could have been spotted with just like 0.5 seconds earlier, but not in this case, as Notsin took a long way around in that 1v3 situation. Now Imperial grabbing another round here, 2-4.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good so far on Global Risk. Notsin, though, he's able to get that entry onto GDSZ. Playing pretty far up there in quarters.
Yeah, I would still say controlled. So far, the match still being controlled by Imperial in terms of tempo and pace. Because VG has been just following what Imperial has been doing in terms of strategy oftentimes. It's Imperial changing their colors every single round. VG, I think, is having a somewhat of a tough time adjusting to it. Of course, this round they start off with a kill, so this can be their chance to turn it upside down. So far, the action goes in deep. But Fefe strikes it back from A side.
Dynamo gets the one, but that's another trade. Coming in from behind was Will, not able to secure that one. Now it's up to Actions 1v3. He's coming in through a passage, it looks like. Not quite able to take anyone out on the entry. And now they do know where he is. Actions looking for it, spots. One gets two. And now it's only Fefe, he's pretty low. There's not much time on that C4.
12 seconds, Fefe. Just around the back, sees 100% what's going on. Yeah, Actions, because Fefe was taking such a long time, he thought that he should be coming around the doors A-long or air duct. But he took a long time because he was coming around from the passage. So wrong read on the opponent's path, but still that was a pretty good play.
Yeah, I like the idea, but at the end of the day, not able to pull off the super play. 1v3, can't blame him too much. And here come VG once again, looking to potentially go through the center here, as they are rotating on through just a bit.
Not really spending their frags at all. I think VG wants to strike. They're still just peeking as they do have two of their members all the way in the back of the map. And now Imperial getting serious about their position. They're all gathered up. They disregard the front yard. Opening up and relying on the power of MG, what he can do in this angle. Making sure no one gets past that point.
And coming on in, that's a great entry there.
Wow, MG can't really do anything when there's a strike from the back. Now he has to wait for all his teammates, but he gets found.
Mendez going to follow up with that one. VG coming back on the rounds. Daniel, though, looking to put an end to that. So is GDSZ. Coming in through short, it looks like. Trying to find that entry.
3v3 right now. They do have a C4, and it's just been planted. Imperial, do they come all the way around from the office? All three members.
Well, they got a couple over there. Turning the corner, that's going to be Notson mowing them down alongside Mendez, and down will go GDSZ as the last member at the same time. So now tied up at 4 as VG, again, they've really come back in this one.
That's how it's ever since Imperial actually started to go on literally defensive mode. They started to curl on their own for maximum defense, but VG actually taking advantage of that. Which until that point, I thought Imperial still had the tempo or control over the match, but VG started to take it back with the previous round. Now Imperial looks like their form before last year at the beginning of this year against VG.
Yeah, we'll see how they try to enter onto this one. They had some luck going down the middle, but looking to back off of that one, it looks like for now. Just hanging around, edging on towards A, but as the C4's picked up, nothing's decided just yet. Being a little bit more patient this time around.
I think Imperial's got to be quicker in backup, so having a pretty good understanding. Just leaving the B side open. Will gets that control over the yard.
Oh, the entries though. Fifin, Rizal. They get a couple, and now they're on top of A. It's going to be up to MG and Will. able to dodge the flashes, but that one gets MG. He's able to come in here from behind, gets the one.
Zhao still near the stairs. As long as MG survives, Will can take him out from the doors.
Oh. Takes him out, and 5-4. We are going to swap. That's the first time we've had 5-4 actually for the global risk ahead of the blacklist on any map in this tournament.
Yeah, after swapping sides, now Imperial going for that attack so far, just focusing on quarters. VG does not want to overextend, but they're playing around the air duct. Are they going to push out? No, they decide to just go back to the stairs. They had 2 members, so I thought they were going to push.
Well, here we go. On top of the site, Lucom able to get the first. Doesn't grab the second, and actually Imperial able to get a couple more. Fifa getting aggressive, able to dodge most of the flash, gets the one.
Yeah, both Will and MG super low in HP. Finds Fefe with the headshot though.
And they've got a decent idea of where Mendez could go, and they have the C4 there on the site.
Yeah, I do like the switch because Mendez, he does know that both of them are pretty low. If he goes from the doors, the opponent can just peek their heads.
Yeah.
So
Spotted.
finding better position for himself. Smart choice. And still the bomb's not down yet, so he can use all the time.
There's the bomb. Mendez not really, you know, he's not going to have enough time to go all the way back around, so he's just got to do this the old-fashioned way. Oh, nice. Enters with the headshot. Will is just literally, he's got a couple health. He's got
HP.
5.
I do like the base spot though.
Oh, and he's able to get the kill though. Mendez able to get in there now. And with sufficient time, we'll be able to fuse that bomb. So Mendez coming up big on the defense. It's going to be some really nice momentum for them as VG are able to tie it up.
Yeah, Mendez just got a kill from the side stairs. So Will thinking that, okay, he's not going to check it again. He's not going to check on his left double times. But, yeah, Mendez just being really cautious about all angles.
Welcome to MG's world. He does it again. Lucom, though, he's been having a pretty fantastic map here. Will, though, able to take him out, so caster cursed once again. In comes Imperial, getting aggressive now onto that B site. They have claimed it. Able to get a bunch of smokes down onto that entrance there.
He's trying to have some smoke kills there, but he's the one that's going to go down. And Will having that sweet headshot through the smoke. And now 1d4. It's never impossible, but against MG.
Yeah. Is anything possible against MG's sniper tactics?
Yeah, Knudsen has been doing pretty well in the first match, but not as much against MG in this sniper duel. Especially from the A-long or the A-quarters when he came out.
Yeah, the guy has been pretty smooth so far. Smooth sailing for him. Imperial as well.
Imperial better have their name engraved already from that in that A site.
Okay, 1-for-1. Knudsen able to follow up, but the pistol is going to take him down. Action's quite low. Gets taken out by a nade. One headshot, but MG shows up again. He's 1v2. Able to skirt out, but they saw him on his way out.
Yeah, he had some time, but the C4 is already dropped near the A side, near the door. At A-long, where he can get an angle because he's got that snipe.
Oh, they know where he is now. They're going to both pop out here, jump in and take the 2v1 against the Colts. And that will be pretty smooth sailing for them. So tied up once again, 6-6. I think we've had 4-4, 5-5, 6-6 now. A very even match so far between these two teams.
And so far, I do like the concentration from VG into A side only because Imperial, they've been just digging holes in A side. And so far, they've been okay. Half and half. Again, entry without too many names or smokes.
Oh, but they had the angle. Danimal really the only one to get anything done. Will with a really nice flash. But
Ooh,
did you see that?
That movement.
That's a pro play right there. You don't see that very often.
That movement plus that headshot from with a pistol was beauty.
Yeah, he was like,
You don't see that every day.
he was dodging, he was dipping, ducking, but still able to pick off the headshot in movement.
Yeah, and during the flash, he blocks the shot angle with an object in front. Just perfect pro play there.
Extremely clean. Well, we'll see. He's been having a great map so far.
And Imperial only focusing on to A side only so far in the second half. When are going to make the switch? And is VG going to have a pretty good read when that switch comes? And because of that read, because that can be possible, Imperial, they've been going into A side without throwing too many from quarters. And now's finally the time. Lukaum is already around, but he can't really hear Office. 2-3 split right now from Imperial.
Lukaum, he's an infiltrator, man. He is all the way in the back.
Yeah, he's going around giving info saying, no one's here. What's going on?
Yeah, look at the rotation now.
Yeah, this was sort of made from Lukaum saying that, okay, no one's here. It's got to be B, but it's actually the it's the opposite.
Now they're trying to swarm them, actually, but 4 members on the site. It's looking pretty good for Imperial. Let's see this re-entry. As they come around, they're going to pick off one. Not quite able to get another, but still ahead in the lead are VG. Actions, though, trying to do it all himself. Can he take the 2 down? He's able to get Fefe. And there you go, the 4 kills with the Quadra coming in from Actions. And that is the superhero play you need to be able to have a chance against VG.
For a moment, right before that double kill came through, I thought Cal was able to just take it back and have that retreat. Have the retake for VG, but Imperial, man, they don't go down without a fight.
Absolutely not. Now they're ahead again in another round. Danimal picks off another. Now on the site here. Looks like they have a really good idea of where the 2 members of VG are. They're going to try to get aggressive, though.
Now grabbing it, at least 2 more. That seems like way too clean going into the B side. I mean, VG, they were just all over the place. Couldn't really get a good defensive spot at all. Imperial just sneaking in through that B side again. Double times, and then they make a switch now. So things totally just shifted into Imperial side as both of their attacks, so sneak attacks worked.
Yeah, and take a look at this. Now they're going to play way more passively. And they're going to try to cover all angles and say, well, you know, we've been focusing on one lane. Maybe they'll try to come from behind, but VG pretty passive themselves.
Yeah, Imperial just giving them the question to VG saying, okay, let's play a guessing game. We've had 2 pretty quick entrances. Now we're just going to not make too much sounds for you to actually throw those nades and smokes. So when we actually make an entrance in the late round time, we're gonna have total fun going in without a fight, not bleeding too much. So Fefe, in this position, saying, okay, they've been a little too quiet, and so far we've been having too much damage because we've been out actually at the bomb site.
Oh, Fefe gets taken down too. That is a fantastic entry from Imperial. Danimal able to pick off 2 of them. And now onto the B site. They're able to lock it down once again. And it hasn't been very pretty for VG when they try to retake this B site. Trying to get it now. Danimal going to get another couple of kills. He finally goes down, but now it's only Ru Zhao.
And it's going to be hard for him to pull this one off. 1v3, one's already waiting from that entrance office. Will's hiding behind that big box.
He's got to go 1, 2, 3, but they're just going to drop, wait for him to defuse, and that is an easy follow-up kill. Now, 1 round away are Imperial from taking this first map away from VG.
Yeah, it's going to come close, but VG certainly, they need to pick up on the pace. They were way too passive in their position because of their losses twice in a row from the B side, which hurt them more in the previous round. So they're being aggressive. They actually came out from the front yard, going into quarter side. But Imperial, they opened that up. They're taking it slow. And Imperial might take advantage of this aggressive position. And Danimal can sort of be caught, but not a great idea going all the way back.
Oh, and it looks like the members of Imperial may have had an issue. I don't believe there was any damage that was done, so you could see that the second that one member dropped, all of them dropped. They were like, nope, nope, that's done. We did not do any damage. And it is what it is, right? That is kind of the way it goes. And so we'll probably get a replay of...
if we have to.
Yeah.
I think one of the members just disconnected for a second. And I think I can't really see one of the member, but I think whenever he comes back online, I think we will just get through the final few rounds. It could have been just a map over for VG. They're close. They got 9 down. Just 1 more to go.
Yeah. Just on the edge there. Looks like all the players kind of know what happened. You know, there's probably no need for a replay of the disconnect to see exactly was there even 1 damage done. I think it was pretty clear. You know, it was VG getting aggressive, but Imperial was pretty passive, so that nobody really butted heads and not a lot of grenades were thrown. So no damage done. They all end up leaving the lobby at the same time, essentially. But they're all in now. And so it shouldn't be too much time before we do get into the game.
Yeah, do you like the control from Imperial where they just sneaked into B without a fight? Usually when you're going into the bomb site, well, there are casualties. You at least bleed a little.
Yeah.
Even if you take all the members down, you're at least losing HP. You can't just get a perfect entry like that. But because of the rotation that was made from VG, Imperial just made a sneak entrance as, oh, what? There's no one here. What happened? Okay. Let's just plant that C4 and see what happens in this case. We've got 5 men. We've got the best position possible.
Yeah.
We've had all the frags and nades. I mean, ever since that moment, like Imperial had the momentum going into that B side, and certainly for now, it was never being stopped. And if that can be stopped from VG, I think there is a chance that VG can take this one back. But if not, Imperial just takes the map.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Imperial has really been impressing, right? I think we were touting the first matchup of the day as the big matchup, and it is the 2 teams that do have some of the best performances as we have seen in the past. But Imperial are coming on strong here and saying, hey, no, we're the Brazilian team that you guys should be looking at. And that's really good stuff. I mean, VG are a really strong team, so definitely not easy to achieve what Imperial have so far. But it's not over yet. There is still a chance that VG could take a couple in a row and tie things up. But the map, not yet ready yet. So still got to wait for that one.
Yeah, seemed like it was almost ready, but not yet, as we can possibly have a map point for Imperial. It is map point, as they have 9, and it is, I believe, 7 for VG. But because VG is still on global risk, I think it can be done to come back and just have 3 straight rounds for themselves. Depends how aggressive they can actually go. I think Knotson can actually take a control over the center and look for those yard kills with a sniper. I think that's possible because Imperial so far within the last 2 rounds, they've been quite passive compared to how they actually just went in dominant in A, dominant in B. So taking that into advantage, Notson can find some opportunity to sniping. Starting off the round with a sniping kill, I think that would be the best for VG to take the map in this case. It depends on Imperial if they actually are going to switch their gear into drive mode, or they're just going to put it on neutral and just wait and see what happens, just like the couple previous rounds.
Yeah, and looks like the game this time around is going to start up, so hopefully there are no further issues and we can finish out the map here. Pretty interesting to see Ankara as well. It does feel like Imperial has been pretty aggressive overall, I think, out of all the 4 teams, and they have been that one that have been able to make it work really well against A and now even against VG. So on this map, able to make that aggressive style work, and seems like it does, the map feels pretty good for their team. So maybe we'll see them have more success on this one in the future, but still have to wait and see if they can close out this map here.
Yes, and next map is also sub-base, so... And just talking sub-base, I think Vincent Gaming still has an upper hand on that map. So Imperial really needs to take the final round and just be done with the map here, Ankara. As we are in. Oh, can be a possible last round for Imperial. And surprisingly VG, because they've lost V sites back-to-back, basically. They leave A open.
Well, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, of course, I also believe that A side is easier to retake because it's a lot more open area when there are a lot more baiting spots for B side.
And look at this, the read from Imperial. They're like, well, let's see what we can see at A. And they're not going to see a whole lot.
Knock, knock. No one's there. No response from the knock, knock, and says, okay.
I guess your bomb site is our bomb site now? Okay. We'll take that. They see nobody there, and they'll be able to plant the C4. There you go.
Yeah, making sure that they give no easy angle for Mendez to actually get the kill.
There's really not much time for them to get out. And look at the positioning from a couple of members from Imperial. They're trying to delay as much time as possible. VG need to get on the site, but they can't. That's 2 kills now from MG. GDSZ is going to take it down, and Blacklist are just going to straight up win Imperial with the 10-7 victory at the end of the day here on map number 1. So coming in here looking like the stronger Brazilian team tonight, at least on this first map.
On this map, I would totally say this was a strategy win for Imperial. Of course, lots of shot wins too, and lots of cool moments, especially from MG himself.
He's pretty good.
But they already had a lot of better positioning from the strategy. Like oftentimes they just walked, they had free entrance. They didn't have to pay any fees going into the amusement park.
Yeah.
Says, okay, I can ride whatever I want. There's no one waiting line. And is this even possible? It actually worked out totally opposite for VG, where nothing actually worked out for them. In like 4 rounds, they make one switch, and your opponent literally goes the opposite direction.
A lot of these highlights are going to be, well, there were a couple of good ones from Actions as well. Certainly a lot of big moments for this team, but MG was really, I think, the MVP from map number 1. I mean, the stuff he was able to pull off, not even just sniper maneuvers, but also in terms of his pistols and his positioning, all very, very clean. Looks like he came to play tonight. There you go. Don't even go to extra rounds either. So technically, even a bit cleaner from Imperial compared to Black Dragons, at least on the first map up against VG.
I think this is sort of what VG wanted by having Ankara and them going on the Blacklist first, as they were the home team in this matchup. But with this Imperial, they would be saying, okay, even though we might have a lot of losses, not just against Fiji, against Black Dragons in sub-base in history, we might actually do totally fine when it comes to this sort of a matchup when we already have one win.
Yeah, for sure. And as you mentioned, we are going to sub-base. This is going to be interesting. Will be the 5th map of all 5, the last one that we do get to see. We've seen all the other 4 so far, and we'll just see, you know, what kind of strategies they want to come out with here on this map. You know, who's going to be able to get the, you know, the strong foot essentially into the map. And yeah, I've been impressed really by Imperial today. I feel like, you know, compared to expectations, I think they've done the most.
Yeah, so far, of course, they weren't, like, the gap between the second and the third wasn't really big too many times, but still, they were falling just behind the other two, VG and Black Dragons. But in this case today, they look different in shape of form. Maybe it's maybe their big win, dominant win just before this match is actually giving them a lot of boost in a way, and certainly stopping VG from what they want to do.
Absolutely. So guys, sub-base is all loaded up. Let's go into it right now. Here we go, Imperial starting off on Blacklist. And of course, VG on the opposite side on Global Risk. So on to this next map will be the 5th one that we do see tonight. And I do like Imperial's style too. I like what Danimal said in the interview where he's like, well, we're gonna play it by ear, right? We need to see what VG is doing, and we need to essentially audible, you know, what is our strategy going to be? You know, they're playing very passively. Maybe we should wait ourselves and stuff like that. So curious to see how they will handle this map.
Yeah, one of the maps where it can be tricky going from A to B side, even for Global Risk, because you do have to go through lots of closed doors where you can be caught. Ooh, Fefe and Kam kind of did try to go around the A road, but it's actually the other way.
Look at that.
The members of Imperial was literally waiting there, says hello.
And we were talking about momentum. This is just, it's everything we saw in map 1 in the first round of map 2. It's MG popping off on the sniper. It's aggressive maneuvers, able to get in there. It's Imperial domination. Nobody died on their side. MG picked up 2 kills, and it was clean and quick. So in terms of morale and momentum, Imperial definitely taking that first step forward.
It is a little bit weird for VG because oftentimes on this map they do take somewhat of control, at least some control towards the center, at least covering not the entire square, but at least covering a few angles so they can't really come into the hallway at all. But it seems like they have chosen the strategy to lock down Imperial by securing that A site, which is doing okay so far. But that might hurt them when Imperial actually switches into that B site very soon. Here's the entry into the controls.
Yeah, trying to make their way in as fast as possible. Actions leading the way. There's a headshot. There's 3 in a row. MG gets another one.
Yeah, open.
This is so clean.
Open arms at B site, man. There's no one guarding it. I mean, they take 2 down when they're just staying through behind the box. We can literally pre-fire and spray down. I mean, okay, someone's gotta be here. VG didn't really get to even strike back as they were waiting for the opponent, but before even you see them, you get one shot. It's a great entry again from Imperial just now.
Yeah, I think they've had the cleanest entries of all 4 teams, I mean, including Black Dragons, at least today. And they've been kind of the pleasant surprise. Obviously, overall, definitely a strong team, but again, against expectations.
Yeah, as you can see from the minimap, finally VG going back to their normal positions. not focusing as much towards the A, but that's exactly when Imperial should strike into A side. If they have this much of a read, like in terms of shot calling Imperial, they're doing, and they're probably having the best time of their life in terms of shot calling. Everything's working out.
Yeah.
But they do back out after tasting not too much.
Yeah, just trying to see if they can get some entry shots. Nothing really sticks.
Oh, but I like them not trying the center too much, but going all the way from the machine room checking. Because there can be lots of boosting from the lockers. And they have not yet gathered any information.
And you got 3 members at the same time going down the central square. Looking to get on in there. They take out Notson. That's another great entry kill. A couple of members, though, from VG able to shut them down. Danimal gets the 1. MG with the pistol. As clean as always, but he does go down. And now it's only up to Danimal, who's got a pistol himself. Able to pick up that AK.
Change into AK. Still the remaining 2 members. They do have pretty low HP. That was close. The drag was there, but does get that headshot in. And goes down from the pistols from Fefe. Finally, VG's able to sort of take it back under control. But I think Imperial, if they had pushed a little bit quicker with their own tempo, which they were controlling, that was going to be a very hard to defend round for VG there.
Yeah, and it's definitely, you know, VG are a strong team in their own right. They're certainly going to be able to take a bunch of rounds, no doubt. Even though those 2 rounds were incredibly clean from Imperial, so they're able to strike back. Imperial once again looking for the entry. It looks like they're thinking about A. They come again. The timing is good, and MG shoots him down.
Coming down from AC, but does not really find too many kills on his own.
Yeah. Double headshot from Will and GDSZ.
Rizal can sort of peek, but once you lose the control of AC, you can't really do anything. So he has to stay there, and there's no one to go down with. So Imperial, they do get an easy plant.
MG just trying to see what he can see from the stairs. Notson, they know he's here, but in the smoke, trying to get through the flash, not quite able to, and MG will go down. Ryu Zhao, he's got to take out the 2. He picks up an AK. Imperial playing this very defensively. They know they have time on the bomb. Just wait behind the boxes. That's all they've got to do. And he's able to get the 1. But it doesn't look like he's going to be able to defuse this bomb. So down will go that one. As I think that's the first bomb explosion we've actually had. Blacklist does win. Imperial able to take yet another round.
Yeah, VG, sometimes you just have to, even if you're staying at AC, the second floor, right next to the A site, you do have to make a decision, do I actually go down? Is there anyone coming through the vent or not? Sometimes it's just an all-in attack. But the fact that VG lost their member already early on, right away as Imperial entered A site, I think that gave them a hard time to decide, do they actually have 4 or 5 men attacking into the same place, or is it going to be divided by 2-3? And in that case, VG in the previous round did not really find the best answer.
Doesn't look like we have a very aggressive entry from Imperial. In fact, they're just waiting it out as Mendez was kind of flipping out a little bit. Ends up popping back.
I'm surprised that VG is not sending out anyone to the machine room. Again, an entry into the A site.
Yeah, and at the same time, the other member just shooting, trying to distract. It's a nice kill from Penta, but he goes down. Re-entry there from the window. They're trying to spot them.
Yeah, VG pretty quick with the backup this time. They do still have full control over the AC. That's the reason why you see Imperial trying to open up some angle, position themselves around the stairs.
I like this angle here from Will.
Now it's up to Lucan coming from the A road. He's going to take some time and go against Animal.
Will gets 3 right in a row as they were trying to re-enter. They just get cleaned up. And 4-1 here for the Blacklist. Imperial once again moving ahead.
And now, as VG sent 2 men down at the A side, A bottom.
Okay. That's one way to do it.
Just when they're about to send two men, they say, okay, you can try it, but it's got to be 2-2 split now with 4 men left.
And they're just going to do it again. Quick entry, good shot by Lucam, gets 3. But MG will take him out with the Colt following him up. But that is finally some clean defense from the side of VG. And now it's only Will, but he is going to be taken out.
Without Lucam, that was a lost round.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in terms of positioning and focus, but he comes out clutch, saving the team and stopping the momentum finally from Imperial. Now they're gonna check into the machine room, which VG I think should have pushed at least because they had some time. And if you push out towards the machine room, at least towards the lockers, then you can sort of have a better read when Imperial's gonna enter towards that A site. Was never really being done by VG at all, which is weird because they always try it, especially towards the early round in the first half. Yeah, good nade timing to do some damage, not a major one. Still Imperial now getting some access into the machine room, not really pushing into the locker yet. Trying to taste some sauce through the vent, but nothing has really been done too much.
Oh,
That's a nice nade.
yeah, that's going to leave a mark. But they're not giving up just yet. It looks like they want to get aggressive once again here onto A. One gets taken out, but Pepe will go down, but it does not matter. Good defense so far from VG. MG, once again, seems to be the MVP here. He was of the first map. Looks like he's looking good on the second map. But can he do it alone this time around? Good position from Notson. Just waiting for him there in the center, able to take him out.
Yeah, MG is still having 10-4. His KD is pretty up there, over 2, at least 2.5 to be exact. As with a sniper, he's alone, literally carrying the team, bringing down all the members through those shots. Even into the AC, that was wonderful.
And it does look like we did have a little bit of a disconnect once again. So just going to try to fix the issue and get back in to the match. Hopefully with
Just a short disconnect issue again, as we do have the server not here. We're using the server, of course, in the West. But still, the disconnections are being happening. Not too much. Hopefully, it doesn't happen not too much during the tournament. But there was still before any damage was actually done within the round. So we'll just redo the round again.
Yeah, and the game actually, we're getting right back into it. So this isn't one of those where we have to wait, a couple minutes. We're actually just jumping straight back into the game after about 20 seconds. So good to see that does happen. And yeah, I mean, so far it has been pretty dominant, but the last couple of pushes from Imperial that are generally very forceful have been stumped a little bit by VG. So good to see that they're making a stand for themselves.
And we go right back into the game. Score has been 4-2, I believe.
4-3.
Oh, with VG taking one more, yes.
Yeah. That they have. And now they've made a lot of these, there's a couple of times in a row where they're just trying to go down a road and say, well, let's throw caution on the wind. We can try to get some flashes in and hop in. But this time, trying to step up, he gets shot down by MG, does Fefe. But at least Lucam is able to calm him down.
Yeah, Lucam brings one down from the AC side.
Denied on the flank. I like that. Great defense, actually, for the flanks here for Imperial. But Notson also trying to make his way in from the back.
Now, this is near impossible situation where Notson has to cover both angles and one planting C4. So Understanding that he decides to go back around, saying, "Okay, you guys do whatever you want. Let me make this into 1v1 fight." Back and forth.
And of course, there are so many little spots
Yeah,
where
you can just peek. You can get all the headshots.
yeah.
But because they're peeking back and forth.
Yeah, not to. You got to make a move. He gets one. Will is not going to peek. Peeks now, just right before he knew he would have some time and backup from his team. So Imperial, they've already secured 5 rounds on sub-base on Blacklist.
Yeah, so one more round needed for Imperial. 6-3 is an incredible amount of numbers from Blacklist side. Even
Oh yeah.
Their shot calling in terms of strategy and where to go in when has been working out so well. VG still not really finding their call right on point, even on the second map.
Yeah. The only map we've had Blacklist ahead at the half was, I believe, Imperial against Hay in the last match. And actually, they might have started both maps on Global Risk, so I'm not even sure. But either way, it's definitely a nice little feat to get a nice start here for Imperial. Let's see what they can do, as MG is going to get the one, but 3 members of VG will be able to shut them down. Danimal goes down, and it's all up to MG. But he is going to be flanked. So nice little win there for the side of VG. It's going to be 5-4 in favor of Imperial. And we're just going to reset up that lobby just to make sure that we can.
Still Imperial was
flip it
able.
over.
Yeah, still Imperial was able to take 5 rounds, which is totally a great. Still under control. VG in this case, sending 1 or 2 members at a wrong time, on a difficult time and in wrong timing on sub base. What's the difficult decision where they could have just started in a default mode and had a much easier time in defending against Imperial, but it just did not happen. Somehow Imperial just making it work in terms of when they want to go, where they want to go. It's a lot less member than it should be all the time.
Yeah.
So in terms of strategy, still being won by Imperial. VG slowly is, I think, catching up to it, but still not enough to grab the entire thing.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what they can do, as we are going to flip sides. And it does look like we are just hopping straight back into that lobby, and we should be going in just a moment. So not too much delays here. Imperial do look like the stronger team so far. I mean, they took the map 1, and they have got off to a great start here on Blacklist. But anything could change going into the second half. I'm curious to see if VG will step it up and make a move. And we'll see how aggressive they get as well in terms of their own entries onto these sites.
So second half now, VG striking into Imperial. So far just focusing onto the machine room, which is their normal tactics, normal map check when a team goes into Blacklist. But Imperial, they did none like this. They acted like they were someone else, and it worked really well.
Yeah. Not the Imperial we know.
No, not at all.
You've changed. But for the better, apparently.
Yeah, when you change all of a sudden, it's never a good sign. But in this case, if it works, whatever works, it's better for you.
Yeah. And so the entry there onto B is
that-
actually not going to come to fruition just yet.
Danimal in an aggressive position finds one.
Oh. Gotta love that. Essentially a free start-off kill, gets the headshot onto Ryuzao. But this time around, Mendez was waiting for him.
He had to come back through the vent, so just waiting for him right there.
Yeah.
Oh, and the GDSC heard someone in front, but there was someone else on the back.
Will coming on in. Quick, he gets the double headshot, but Mendez shuts him down. 2-on-2 now. Similar HP values at the same time. Trying to retake the site now is Imperial.
Yeah, with the bomb plant all the way in the back. I think Fefe might be thinking that they are both coming from the AC.
Well, he gets the one and trades. Mendez low, but MG is low.
Like this position. It's not a
Oh, nice.
yeah, it's not a position where you can be sort of found easily. No one really stays right there, so didn't really expect him to come out at that timing. Great decision by Mendes there.
Yeah, and essentially just going to tie it up is VG with a quick win. And I like what they were doing. There was a lot of movement on the map with the plays they were making. You know, it seemed like they were hard committing B, but then immediately we were able to pull out and look for some other angles.
And again, Imperial now going in deep, coming out from the A.
Fefe goes down, but he did a lot of damage. Both GDSC and Animal, a couple of big members for the team, quite low.
Now they're going to be baiting from the A side to immediately go into the opposite. But Will just with the triple kill on his own.
Yeah, and
From
remember,
the shutter side.
you remember he got the double kill in the last round, so that's 5 kills already in 2 rounds for this guy. 2.5 kills per is the current trend for him. He's been really showing up quite well here on the Global Risk.
I do like their quick decision, where after damaging two of the members from Imperial, just going in deep towards the B side, understanding that they would be far into the opposite side of the map. But it was all shut down by Will. In terms of the timing and the strategy, I loved it. Let's see. Oh, now Imperial getting out. Actually in the road, not even at the box, right next to the doors.
Yeah, Lukama's been key for his team, trying to get entry, and they do get that jump kill, but Will again picks off 2. This guy has been so clutch for them so far.
Right in his face, 25 HP.
And here is the flank, trying to get in there with the flash, but down he will go. MG just gonna pistol whip him and take him out. There you go, Imperial take a couple of rounds after VG got the first.
Back-to-back rounds for Imperial. I think they have the numbers down. And look at the switch, 3-man into the lockers. I think they want to have the boost. No, they don't even have. They don't even want to boost a person. They're going to attack into the machine room.
Here comes Rizal. He's got to be the one. He picks off GDSZ and now makes it a one-on-one.
And then MG says, guys, like, I was the only one towards the A side. Where's all the action? It's just not happening for me.
Slow and steady for Rizal. He's up here in the vent. Trying to make his way, it looks like, potentially into B. As he is spotted, MG, though, not able to get that shot down. And so they know where each other are, essentially. But down into A goes Rizal, may be able to get a plant off.
Which is always the worst spot against the sniper.
Well,
As Rizal, he's basically saying, oh, if you can get the headshot, you win. But otherwise, I'm going to take all the advantage.
MG makes his way in, and, well, there you have it. As you mentioned, it was difficult. I was thinking, well, if there was a sniper to maybe make it work, it would be MG, but the positioning and the strategy was quite good from Ryuzao. So he actually picked off 2 there at the end, which are the only 2 kills for himself so far after the half. So definitely very clutch to get yet another round win for VG.
And VG solely focusing onto the A road this time, not even committing to go into the machine room. Not a single member so far.
MG was pretty close, actually, it felt. Here's a fast entry from VG as they're going to pick off 2 already and get position on the site. MG is also going to get sniped down. And this might just be a clean sweep.
The actions here in the AC, but can't really do too much all alone. Unless he's already into the base spot, into the A site. He can find a couple of headshots, but not going to land any in this case. Blacklist win again.
Yeah, definitely a couple of big wins for VG. You didn't, you know, Imp were only 2 wins away from getting it to a potential tie, but this is going to tie it up at 7. And it does feel like so far after the half that Will has been handling a lot of the weight in terms of carrying here. But the rest of the team kind of have to carry him from here on out and help him out.
VG again on a wait. Man, it seems like from the position of C4, they do want to make an entry from the hallway into Shutter. And they're having some control over the vent too. So going towards the center into the A site would be ideal.
Danimals ran for quite a long time.
Oh, they opened up everywhere.
Yeah.
Both the Shutter and the A site. Switching into B as the action just fell back into the machine room section.
Spots Knotson, that is a big headshot.
Yeah, where Knotson was supposed to stay up there so they can have control over first floor and second floor.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
but Mendez strikes back, says no way.
GDSZ, so much pressure on him. You can see
Yeah,
how
Fefe
passively.
on the side angle too.
Yeah, and he's able to shoot him in the back, essentially. VG take 3 big rounds in a row and are just a couple of steps from forcing our first third map.
VG surprisingly doing so much better from the Blacklist side, getting 3 rounds back to back to back. As Imperial thought, okay, we almost had... Okay, no one saw that.
I did, I saw everything.
Imperial almost thought that they sort of had this under control when they were winning from the Global Risk side. Yeah, VG, in terms of tactics, do like their entry, not having focus at all from the lockers, putting pressure from the A road a little bit, and then using lots of hallway and the control room section.
Well, here's 4 members coming in. GDSC looking for a defensive angle, gets 2. That is massive on the defense. Animal now able to come in here, picks off one of his own. So he jumps by, and now it's 5-on-1. Not looking good for Fefe. He goes down, and that's going to be clean for the side of Imperial. So, man, these 2 teams just striking swift blows against each other one by one. And we're all tied up at 8 once again.
Yeah, they're exchanging blows, but someone's got to come out with that final blow, and Mendez, yeah, just having a big zap there. It's Imperial there, looking to close this one out, but VG just going across the map saying, hey, you can only have 2 men defending A. Okay, I would like to see Imperial just focusing on one side only when it comes down to 4v5. Ahaha!
Mendez is here to win. That is 2 massive kills. MG is going to get shut down, and now it's only actions. 1v5. He does not get any of them, and now VG will force at least a tie. Will we go to extra rounds, or will we go to that 3rd fateful map?
VG needs to win to bring us to set 3. Imperial looking to tie this one up and maybe close the entire match if we go to extra rounds. Yeah, Mendez certainly gearing up and bringing the team by himself with his ump. 8-4. Also holding the C4, trying to open up the A side just a little bit. It is Fefe with that entry.
Well, he takes 2 damage. And we'll also take the C4. It looks like we're not going A for now.
Yeah, certainly they're focusing onto lockers, trying to open up, just checking out if there are any boosts on the box or
Will is right
ceiling.
there, but he can't be clutched this time around when they needed him most. And that's going to be another one. Fefe spots actions up there, and now with the pistol, MG can't do it. It's all up to GDSZ, but he cannot do it. 10-8 is going to be the 2nd map as VG strike back, just barely taking the win, making sure that we don't get any extra rounds. And man, close between these two teams. It really does feel like either of them could come away with this third map.
And the third map will be Port. I'd say 50-50 for these two teams. And when it comes down to this map, well, Thirdly said it, that Subbase, VG's going to have sort of an upper hand here. As it turns out, they sort of had a pretty bad, honestly, had a pretty bad first half. Imperial had such good read into how many men they were having in defense, and to come back this big, it shows that this map, the understanding of this map for VG, and the reason why they came back strong in the second half.
Yeah, certainly VG, there were a couple of moments, especially on Global Risk, where we were left scratching our heads as to how they can get dominated that hard, but they proved that they're a really strong team. Even if the consistency wasn't necessarily there on the second map, they were able to have some really strong showings here and there to eventually squeak by and take the map. So definitely well deserved. As we're just taking a look at some of the highlights here, definitely some big performances on a couple of maps by Tom, by Will, obviously here after the swap.
Yeah, and VG feels like in their first map, back in Ankara, it felt like a few of their cables were not really plugged in. At least some of them were not really having full power to it. Now, after the first half for Subbase, they're back. They feel like the old VG that we know. And going into Port, it's starting to lean towards VG a little bit more compared to Imperial. I mean, now all the cables are back in, they're powered up, geared up. Imperial, on the other hand, sort of lost in the way.
Yeah, certainly, it was, eventually they got all their cables on,
at the right place.
Yeah, maybe they're
all
a little bit
up.
tangled too much, and some of the powers being, going into some other slots or something like that, because in the beginning, Imperial was kind of making them look silly, but eventually they were able to hunker down and really show us what they do have. So certainly a strong team. I like what Danimal again was saying, where it's like all the Brazilian teams know each other really, really well because they play with each other all the time. And you were talking about reads. Maybe Imperial was just kind of one step ahead of them, and then VG eventually caught up. And that might just be the whole story for this entire match as well, because Imperial took the first map, VG slowly come back and begin to read them. And now maybe on Port, they really lay the hammer down, because we were expecting them to come ahead with this one. Maybe they can do it.
Which is another question and a serious problem for Imperial, which also means that if Imperial's not winning in terms of strategy, when they go face-to-face 5v5, then it's going to be oftentimes a VG win. And that kind of strategy win does not happen all the time, which is exactly why Imperial has been suffering in the second half. And they've got some luck in terms of where they wanted to attack and when they wanted to attack, not just the read. And in Port, where I think it's 50-50, and when 50-50 happened, it did go in favor for VG, as we always had in history.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can actually close it out here, as we'll have our third and final map of the final match here of Day 1 Vincent Gaming up against Imperial on Port. Here we do go. Looks like Imperial will start things off on Blacklist. As it, funnily enough, it does feel like they are extremely strong on Blacklist, whereas I know that a lot of maps don't necessarily lean that way.
Let's see how Imperial use the map. In this case, somewhat focus into the A passage, but not as much as what Black Dragons were doing before. VG again, so focusing, switching their focus into the B side after not really hearing too much from the sideway towards A long. They see no one so far. Imperial trying to set up, have few smokes set up so they don't really take too much damage.
And this is the Imperial entry that we know and love. Action's just gonna shut down Mendez. Lucom though, under the flash, able to take down one. Ryu Zhao able to cover the blushes of his teammate. And now it looks like we got a bit of a 3-on-3, but it will be a retake here for BG if they want to win. Danimal gonna shut down one.
At least brings one down when he was just going from the switch from the entrance. Now knowing that there can be a rotation, but it's going to take a long time. Yeah, Imperial, they basically know now that they're coming from the entrance.
Oh, that's a quick kill. Will though, he's been clutch in the past, but he pops out. And I mean, there was still a bit of time where he probably could have waited for that one, but he was looking to take him out as he entered, and it did not work out. Notson was quicker on the trigger.
Yeah, I think Will, after the kill, wanted to back out to a better position, but Notson just said, there's no way you get into a better position. I'm just going to strike now. Great decision there, not giving him any second to go into the back street side, where you can literally just peek out your head and get that headshot on your own. It's a great retake by BG to start off on this map. And again, Imperial trying to see what happens when they get this much smoke through the center. If VG is spending at least a player towards the bridge at all, or is it just going to be a slight check all the way from the GR side? I do like this slight angle check where he can get all the informations, anyone passing into the bridge. But that does leave them somewhat open towards the back street.
Grenade not gonna hit much.
Only one waiting, Mendez. He's got to keep safe. He's got to stay alive.
He's gonna get the read as well. Looks like a smoke going down, but here come grenades, and they should know Mendez gets shot by the Colt. Now it's up to Lucom. He was able to do this well in the last one. And under flash, though, this time not quite able to do as well.
And now a 5v3 right now. VG, can they take it back? They need some massive sniper kill from the back street if they want to take this one back. There's a start. Yeah, look at those wall shots coming down.
Will here, he's got the angle, but he can't quite get the kills.
Oh, but Notson goes down from the other side, so it makes it a lot easier for Imperial.
And there's no time left, 8 seconds. And they're all just gonna hide. Quickly, Danimal pops out and picks off the kill. So immediately Imperial able to strike back real quick and make this 1-1. We got 1-1 in sets, 1-1 in rounds. As it has been quite the even matchup tonight to finish this off.
Imperial did get a peek into the long just for a second, making sure there's no one in the top. But VG actually spent a lot of their men into that B entrance. Finds a kill with the nade. It's worth the push there, losing no one, and also not really. But can they go back to A side in time? It takes a while because they totally lost the bridge control. Now taking it back. Danimal near the center.
And he's kind of just running. Gets shot in the back. As yes, they will be able to get on top of A side essentially. Not quite rushing in just yet though.
Yeah, but with 2 less members. And now with the final one left, Will goes down, and VG, this time their movement throughout the map has been excellent, focusing on to B, pushing out together, and then coming back around A in slow manner, checking all angles. I think Imperial has to be a little bit quicker in terms of when they want to make this rotation on this map. As you can already see, VG is having faster movements compared to the other 2 maps.
Yeah, they've been looking a lot more confident. And that's really kind of what happens when you slowly come back into a series, as VG have done. But just ahead by 1 round for now. Although the tactics have looked good. And you can see that Imperial this time around, they're not going to make any swift maneuvers just yet. Just waiting it out. They've got some feelers up front.
Taking some time this time from Imperial. Might just want to just jump on top of the bridge. So that's the exact reason why VG's got both angles covered. One a top, one a bridge, and back up already from the back street. See how VG is actually actively moving together, following what Imperial's doing.
Here come the flashes. We got some action in the middle here, but Knotson gets taken by surprise. They're going to make their way onto A site pretty simply here.
Oh, VG needs a miracle here to really open up. One at top, right behind their 2 members. 2 from A long.
That's going to be a couple of quick kills, though.
And Daniel, he can just stay up there because they got 2 men covered from A long.
Ooh, not able to take any of the rounds, Pepe. Mendez, there's really no time for him. He's just trying to desperately rush in. He gets the 1, but that's not going to get him the round. Imperial follow up with a quick win here on the blacklist once again.
Yeah, A top. As long as you are alive, even with 1 HP, if you just stand up there, you can distract so much. And you can get that opportunity to strike back when someone's shooting at another target. And Dynamo having a great read on those kind of play. So again, back and forth action on this map between the 2 teams. And I would say so far, Imperial actually is back in terms of strategy wins. Fiji having not a bad read. But on this map, Imperial's doing moving a lot faster than I thought.
Yeah, they've been doing some pretty good work for themselves. We'll see if they once again go towards A this time around, as they're kind of edging over to that side. But not yet to commit just yet. They're going to put down the C4, see what they can see before they commit to any one passageway.
Yeah, GDSC got a sneak peek of what B-Site looks like. Did not really get to dip into it. But after getting that, there are less chances of base spots. Let's see if we're just picked up less than a minute now.
They spot Ryu's out. They're able to do just a little bit of sliver of a damage.
They do get to say hi, trade some damage, not a major one.
Ooh, that's actually a kill.
Ooh.
Bit of a wall shot there in the middle.
All the way into the bridge and goes into the B side, but a stomp by Mendez.
Yeah, he's trying to reposition here. As they're getting on top of this site. Pops up, pops down. MG right there to take him out.
Down looking to strike from the side. He gets one, but not in bullets.
Yeah, runs out, not able to make the pistol work. Here comes Pepe, gets the angle, but it's a 1-for-1. Knotson, he's behind. He's able to get the 1. But there's not much time. And he's just barely able to get that plant off. Nicely done by the side of GDSZ. They're going to run straight into each other here, as that's going to be the kill. Knotson paying a little bit more attention, able to get that first shot off onto a very weak GDSZ.
And Knotson, great strike when he's just going back, sometimes the pre-fires actually work so well. When you sort of know where the bomb plant is. And Imperial did have to come out in that case, trying to take a better position. We're also surprised that Notson's not really putting out his AWM as much. Even when they're in defense, no one actually at A top. They're gonna pull out defense. Going into the B entrance, I think VG just wanted to have a free kill, but it actually becomes a trade, a worse of a trade for them because it leaves them open from the A side, but Imperial not really taking that into advantage. Ooh. And waits for that backup time into the A side and then goes into B.
Yeah, we were talking about reads. Here they come again. It's going to be the strong entrance onto B, you would have to imagine. Here come the grenades. Lucom, he's in a pretty good spot behind the box. He gets the one, but goes down. Now Fefe's here alone. It's going to do a good amount of damage. He's going to pop up here just around the side.
Waiting for the backup, trades one. But MG again shows up with that sniper. And then they're going to rotate around this entire map and go A top.
Yeah. Imperial, with a lot of their entrances, they've been kind of taking their time.
Yeah, with going A top, I thought MG was actually holding a sniper, but he actually changes it back to AK. He finds a headshot. No, he does not.
That was a close one. If he was able to take one of them out, he certainly would have had a pretty decent chance of winning this round. But now the bomb is down with the two of them. They can work in tandem to try to find Rizal and take him out.
Rizal's at least under full HP. But can he get there in time?
Oh, that's going to be the one. He doesn't get the two. MG, incredibly accurate, as we have seen, is able to take down yet another member. And it's been 1-1, it's been 2-2, now we're at 3-3. It's nothing but just even matches. So back and forth now on ports. Really could go either way.
We're trying to open up A top. Instead, they do take some grenade damage, but for a kill onto Notson.
Yeah, that's going to be a wall shot. They had a good idea of where he could be. Spamming through the box. Able to pick off the one.
Get back on that sniper, trying to get a kill onto anyone passing by from the Global Risk Bridge. And Will just peeks out and takes down Fefe, and just like that on the A side. I think Fefe was trying to peek into the sideway, and then Will just peeked out in an off timing. And Rizal goes on A top, takes one down, as Will was trying to sneak into A on his own.
Lots of spam here through the smoke, but he has been playing safe. Nice little one-on-one over there, won by Rizal. He's once again going to show up. He's actually done the most for his team so far.
After forcing out a rotation into the A side, Imperial goes into the B entrance again.
Not the first time they've done this. Just going to get straight onto that side. Immediately, Mendez goes down.
So I would like to see some aggressive base spots coming up from Mendez. I think that's going to help their B defense overall.
Yeah, it was a perfect little flashbang. Now Lucom is all alone. He's just behind smoke. He gets flashed. And he's 1-on-3, and he will get taken out. So Imperial, they're turning the tides. They're going to win 2 in a row. I think it's the first time they've been able to do that. And as always, they look pretty strong here on Blacklist on yet another map.
And as I say that to Mendez, I mean, when you have less than 5, 4 or 3, and then if you are late for the backup, when the opponent goes in towards the A side, you might just find yourself being in 1v4, 1v5 situation on your own. So that's a greater risk going into an aggressive bait position. But Imperial has been having a lot of easier entry because of that. So it's, I think, worth the risk in this type of matchup. Imperial again trying to have some fun towards the A site, which they got a lot of kills from A long. He's out peeking out. Had a terrible timing right there. Did not work out.
I love the way Imperial do this. They choose a side and they go. Great position though from Fefe. He's able to take out 2 from the aggression, and that's actually going to make it much more even for VG to try to defend this push.
No bomb planted yet, so Imperial, they can take some time, and also VG can also take time to go around the sideway, which I thought they were going to initially, and then they go all the way back out, wait for that plant, make sure at least securing one information that there's at least one on top.
MG's still got the arm. He says, well, I've been good on this all day. Good flash, but they don't enter just yet.
They know that MG's got a sniper, so they come through the bridge side.
Okay, one-on-one. It's going to come down to the pistol. Getting aggressive, and he goes in there, takes him out. Must have been pretty low. Looks like one shot to the hand.
Yeah, I think he had about 30 or maybe a little lower, understanding that he's low HP, pistoling the final shot. Good read from NG. I thought the retake was totally possible from VG. Now one more round from Imperial, actually doing really well overall today from Blacklist.
Absolutely. That's really been their strong point all night. Whereas, you know, it feels like they have a better record on this side compared to Global Risk, which we can't really say about all the teams here. So, good to see. I really like their style. But let's see if they can close out this half. They've been in control so far.
And VG, after losing the A side a couple of times, focusing a little bit more. 1A top, one right next to it, one right behind the bridge for the backup. Having a lot of faith in Mendez on the other side, as Imperial is going to start to build up their pressure towards the bridge. They have never really had a big central push. It was always just B entrance after trading a couple of members or opening up from A long.
Actions, he's going to be looking for that entrance fit and finds a great angle there. But is only able to get one as 3 members of Imperial going to split the kills. And Will is going to get yet another one. Picks off the headshot. It's Mendez. McCollum trying to come in here. Now it's only Mendez. Gets the 3 of them in a row.
But MG's left.
He's got the pistol once again against Low Mendez, and he does it yet again. MG able to be the clutch member 2 times in a row with that pistol and finish things off. So Blacklist once again incredibly strong here for Imperial. They've only got to win 4 more.
Yeah, with a 6-3 score for Imperial, that's impressive against VG already. Can they finish off in the second round? Will be a big task. VG can be dangerous just like that. Fefe finding an initial kill right there. I think that was just through the smokes. One was caught trying to go rotate towards the bridge or lower bridge there into a bait spot. And Danimal trying to wait.
MG gets the double snipe. We didn't get to see that, but I saw it up there on the kill feed, and Danimal had a really nice follow-up position and was able to take down 2 more. Easy cleanup onto Knotson means that Imperial now are only 3 rounds away from taking this match.
MG just having some wonderful snipes on this series, and also some great pickup with the pistols. Now with a strike VG, they just go in deep B side.
Yeah, they're taking a page out of Imperial's book, but GDSZ says only we can do it. Takes out 3. He's got an AK with some bullets in it. Does get taken down, though.
I do have a C4, but a bit time to find the time to plant. No, he does not.
Oh, I love that maneuver from Actions. He says, you're going to throw down a smoke. You're not going to expect me to run straight through. Goes on in, gets the one up top. And then they were able to both have 2 angles on the last remaining member.
Yeah, understanding there's a sniper from the opponent's side, VG wanted to buy some time for that plant. And knowing that play, okay, I'll just go in and strike you.
Yeah. It's very decisive, and that's really been one of the main
He didn't even
adjectives.
wait. He didn't even flinch. He just went in. Smoke, I go in. 2 more rounds for Imperial. That's game.
Certainly, they've been a fun team to watch so far, but can they close it out? VG has been strong, but they've been dominated here on this map.
Yeah, with this much dominance, I think literally Imperial can actually open up A long and go around the loading dock.
Yeah.
In this case, MG's with the sniper, he's just going to stay on top.
Oh, that's a big first kill.
Yeah, Will getting that lucky shot there through the smokes.
And it's been pretty massive. You were talking about potentially getting aggressive, but Imperial have been standing their ground, just waiting for the right moment.
FF is still in an aggressive position right next to... We actually have right next to Action. They actually don't run into each other.
MG, this guy
pops off again.
He's got 14 kills in now 12 rounds. That's going to be the last kill going the way of GDSZ, and they are 1 round away from taking this match. Would be a really big statement from Imperial to come in here and say, we are the 2nd best Brazilian team. Let us show you.
Maybe the first. Who knows?
Yeah,
by the end of the
true.
tournament. Of course, not yet against Black Dragons.
I mean,
it's going to happen very soon.
If Imperial win this next round, they will have dispatched a VG extremely fast, even though they did lose that 2nd map. It was pretty close after all.
Imperial will at least open up a door before the 2nd. So after that quick rush from VG, Imperial's saying, okay, there might be a chance of having a lot of those wall shots. There's a smoke. Let's see the rotation now. And VG making a center rotation towards the bridge. Into the passage. And Will right on top.
I like the spray through the smoke, and now he's got fantastic position. Danimal takes down 2. And now it's only Mendez and Natsin. They do get a couple though. Natsin comes in big. He gets 3 kills.
But MG's right next to him. He's chasing them.
MG with the calls. Able to get on in there, and that is going to do it. The 3rd map and the match will go the way of Imperial. Very well deserved. They are so confident and aggressive, and their style has been a killer for a couple of teams now in a row, as they will be feeling really, really good about their day today and their first round robin. They were able to play 2 matches in a row and take away both of them.
MG totally being the MVP for this entire series. He's acting almost like a rifler with those snipers. Just going around, he was literally chasing 2 riflers with a pistol right behind them. And it comes out so well. When Imperial's on a defensive mode, staying passive, they don't do well. They don't do well, just like in the 2nd map where we saw, okay, when they went aggressive from Blacklist, it was okay, but when they're on the opposite, defending, they didn't really show their color as much. But see what happens when they go all out aggressive once again. Vincent Gaming, they're the one coming on top today.
Absolutely. Imperial, they take set 1, they take set 3. Set 3, the most dominant, although I do believe that set 1 was also pretty quick in terms of the wins.
I believe it was 10-6, 10-6, and 8-10. Then the 3rd set, 10-3.
Ooh, that was the big one, and one of the most dominant wins. Kind of looked like one of their wins against Hay. there towards the end. And yeah, again, we're going to be able to talk with one of the members of Imperial. So I'm curious to see how they're feeling about taking 2 wins in a row. Gotta feel good after their day today.
It has to feel good after playing back-to-back matches to start off with the 2 win. When there's a double round robin, even against a very strong opponent, I gotta say it's gotta be their best start so far in the tournament. But still, we do have a lot of days to go through. So I do want to have some really good questions during the interview.
Yeah, I would love to hear from MG. Although, I mean, it was absolutely a team effort. I feel like he was the MVP in our minds. Of course, we don't really get to choose who we're going to talk to. I'm sure that eventually, if they continue playing this well, we might get to talk to all 5 members.
Yeah, we might have to. But some of the players usually do not. Yeah, when they're this good, this aggressive in game, but they're not as much during the interview sometimes. And some of the players might not like to have their interview, but we would love to. We would always love to hear from every single member.
Maybe we'll just talk to Danimal like 8 times. That'll be fun.
Yeah, that's also
it's
not,
like,
that's
how do you
also
feel
not bad.
Now?
How do you feel now after a 2nd win?
Yeah.
In day 2 or on day 3? I mean, we gotta work on this question. On these questions a little more when we are going to have the same person over again.
We're gonna come prepared with more questions next time. But yeah, I mean, it's 4 days of round robin, and then if they make it to the next round, we could potentially hear from them again. But yeah, I mean, this is again, it's very fun to watch this kind of style, right? FPS is about jumping in, getting the cool shots and. I think that MG and Imperial have been really the ones that have been getting those flick shots and being very aggressive and just pulling off the really cool and fast plays. So it's a style of play that I'm personally a fan of, and I would like to see what else they can do. Really looking forward to them up against Black Dragons tomorrow. That'll be a fun one.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of exciting matches, and they don't just fight against each other once. It's going to be twice.
Yeah.
So we will also have Vincent Gaming versus Black Dragons once again. That's another hype match again, just like the first match. And the fact that we had some roster changes, and we had seen some of those matches within the region now, but after having this kind of international, the Invitational online, it's been sort of in a different style, but we got a little taste of what each team is focusing on this tournament.
Yeah.
And maybe that's going to continue.
Absolutely. So, guys, the interview is ready. Let's go ahead and hop into that and talk to one of our members. It is, of course, Danimal. Once again, the leader of the team. We will be hearing from him. So, congratulations on your 2-0 on the day. It must feel really good. How are you guys feeling about your chances in the tournament after an extremely dominant day?
Danimal, como vocês estão se sentindo com relação ao torneio após dia dominante de vitórias aí que vocês tiveram?
Muito feliz. A gente está muito feliz. A gente sabia que ia ser jogo difícil contra a Vince. E a gente está feliz de ter terminado o dia com os pontos aí que a gente precisava ter.
We knew we were going to have difficult games ahead, and we are very happy with the results we were able to achieve.
Yeah, great to hear from you again, Danimal. And if you had to really pick an MVP from your team today, who would it be and why? I mean, there were lots of close combats, but if you had to choose one player, who would it be for today's MVP?
Danimal, quem seria o MVP de hoje do seu time?
Acho que o MG conseguiu jogar muito bem, conseguiu segurar o bomb e garantir os clutch, que são os rounds mais importantes.
MG played the best out of us. He guaranteed all the clutch rounds and he defended the bombs very well. He was the MVP.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were thinking for sure. But in that last match, especially up against VG, you mentioned prior how all the Brazilian teams are playing up against each other very often, and you seem to have, you know each other very well. So, but you really seem to be one step ahead of VG in many of the maps there. So do you think that's just because you were feeling and reading their play during the game, or do you just put it up to knowing the team very well?
Danimal, nesses jogos, nesses mapas que vocês jogaram contra a Vincent, ficou bem claro que vocês estão um passo à frente da equipe deles. Tu acha que isso foi uma consequência de vocês estarem muito bem hoje ou é algo devido ao treinamento, de vocês já conhecerem a equipe deles muito bem?
Eu acho que os dois times se conhecem. A gente hoje garantiu os clutches e conseguiu garantir a vitória por conta disso. Mas como eu falei, os dois times se conhecem. Pode ser que eles tivessem ganho da gente de forma talvez expressiva, mas a gente está treinado, está confiante e a gente tá com o pé no chão também, que a gente não vem de uma boa fase aí no torneio aqui nacional, né? Então acho que é isso, pô. A gente jogou bem hoje e conseguimos a vitória.
We are currently in a bad phase. We are coming off of losses and we were grounded for these matches. We knew they were going to be difficult. Both teams know each other very well, but we were able to win the clutch rounds and that was the difference in this match.
O maluco tá pilhando, Rômulo.
Yeah, that's great to hear again. I mean, with the 2 victories, I'm sure there are lots of fans out there rooting for the team. And with this kind of result, I'm pretty sure you're pretty happy. Do you want to have any words to your fans rooting for you back at home in Brazil?
Danimal, quer mandar uma mensagem para os teus fãs aí no Brasil?
Quero, pô. Rapaziada, queria agradecer a torcida de vocês. A gente sabe que a gente não fez um ótimo final de CFL. Os playoffs a gente perdeu muito cedo, né? A gente tem um time que tem muito potencial, só que a gente não conseguiu jogar bem. Então a gente tem treinado muito mesmo. A gente está bastante confiante para esse torneio e a gente vai dar a vida para poder representar vocês da melhor forma possível, beleza, rapaziada? Tamo juntão pelo apoio aí. E é isso, rapaziada. Go Imp!
We'd like to thank all our fans. We know that we haven't been playing our best in this past weekend, but we are doing our best to be the best we can, so we can give the fans what they deserve.
Well, it's great to hear from you once again, Danimal. Wishing you the best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Thank you once again for the interview, and I'm sure we will be seeing you once again in the future. So good to hear from him. Great performance from them as, again, he mentioned many times, they're kind of coming off of a little bit of a slump, but they're smashing through that after what we saw today.
Yeah, before the match actually started, I mentioned that they were always the 3rd place behind Black Dragons, behind Vincent Gaming. But today they showed that there's something else. They're made of something else. They can do so much better in this tournament. Let's see if they can keep their hopes up for the rest of the tournament and go a little further. Yeah, I think that's totally possible from the results today.
Yeah, absolutely. As you guys can see, Black Dragons opened up with a quick 2-0 victory. I say quick, but actually that was the first match where we had extra rounds and the first one of the entire tournament, but Black Dragons were able to take the 2-0 nonetheless. And then it was all the Imperial show as they took out Hay, dispatched of them pretty quickly in the 2-0. And then, of course, the match we just watched, 2-1 over Vincent Gaming in the victory. So props to them. They will be on top. Of course, Black Dragons haven't played a second match. Tomorrow you will see 2 matches from Black Dragons and 2 from Hay, as they only played 1 today in the double round robin.
And just in case you're new to double round robin, you fight against each other 2 times. And so we're going to go back and forth twice for all teams, so don't worry if you have missed an action. Of course, you can just go watch the replay all the time. But for now, Imperial standing up top might actually find a lot of fans surprising of a result from day number 1, but we've got a whole lot of matches to go through.
Yeah, you can see for tomorrow, same time, same place. It is going to be Black Dragons versus Hay first, and then Hay once again up against Vincent Gaming. And then I think the match that we will all be waiting for, the 2 teams that had a lot of success today, Black Dragons up against Imperial. We'll see if Imperial can continue their streak, or will Black Dragons, will they once again be the big favorite in the tournament and dispatch of Imperial? So
I think those are the 2. Imperial, how well can they actually do against Black Dragon? Very different in style in how they play the game. And Hay having their biggest opponents tomorrow back to back. How well can they actually do? I think those are going to be the 2 questions coming up in the second day.
Absolutely, G-Clef. Well, that is going to do it for us today. Thank you, G-Clef, for casting with me once again. And thank you guys for watching through the first day of this tournament. We've got 5 left on the week, so we will see you guys tomorrow for more of the CFS IO. We'll see you then.